Thank you, Honourable Member. Your minutes
Honourable
starting
Deputy,
now.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, if Uxenza Uzombelela was a person, then that should be me today. I don't see honourable members there except Dr. Nutse. The protocol, Honourable Deputy Speaker, is observed. We shall, as part of managing time, present only 2 findings and rationalize some recommendations because the time allocated is quite short. On program 1, on the annual report, the department failed to implement the approved revenue strategy, leading to under collection of revenue. And I would imagine that when Honorable Mvoko comes in the next financial year presentation, we hope to see some improvement in this regard. We have then recommended that the department must fast track the implementation of the approved revenue enhancement strategy and payment of tenants of market-related rentals, as this is likely to have positive spin-offs. On program 2, which is public works and infrastructure, the department has failed to dispose the targeted 30 properties as part of revenue enhancement. Once more, we're talking revenue, given the fact that the finance MEC, when he presented the budget, he made it clear of the need to find revenue-raising possibilities to support the current allocation that we have. The importance of provincial revenue slips cannot be overemphasized in this regard. The department has failed to implement the previous House resolution that would have resulted in the settlement of the issue regarding implementation of infrastructure projects on behalf of other departments. We've made this clear before, that the Department of Public Works is responsible for infrastructure of the province. But how they contract with other departments as an implementing agent is something that has to be fixed. The direction there has to be fixed right to ensure that there's understanding of how the work will be done, including how monies will be paid to the Department of Public Works. We have therefore recommended that the department must initiate a process for the review or amendment of Eastern Cape Land Disposal Act of 2000, Act number 7, so as to make provision for an expeditious process of property disposal. It can be difficult to dispose properties if we are to find ways and means to circumvent a long process that is currently being the rule. The department must expedite the process, must expedite the I can't see my writing now, because I've lost my spectacles. The proposal of proposal must expedite the tabling of a proposal to the Provincial Infrastructure Coordinating Committee on how it intends to work regarding the issue of infrastructure coordination as a department that is responsible, including standardizing SLAs for all departments, and must propose a system of tranche payments as a way of curbing delays in projects caused by late or non-payments by client departments. Honorable Deputy Speaker, there's some noise at the back. Noisemakers. On program 3, EPWP, the findings that we've made, very briefly, as I've said, the department failed to achieve the following planned targets. 1, no SMME development activities were undertaken due to delays in finalization of the SMME development strategy. Finding number 2 that we've identified, no interventions were undertaken in terms of the EPWP Youth Evaluation Study Empowerment Plan, understanding the critical nature of and the challenge we are facing regarding youth empowerment and unemployment in this country. We have therefore recommended, as part of supporting the department must provide a committee with a clear plan on how it intends to improve its planning processes, as this program is making a positive impact on the lives of young people, and remains a key program of government that creates employment and alleviates poverty. On general findings on the annual report, we just take one finding. We have noted a misalignment between the department expenditure and performance. This has been a flag area even by AG, that the planned targets versus what has been achieved, they are not the same. There's always a misalignment. And we then said the department, as a recommendation, the department must devise mechanisms. Perhaps let me say this. For those who are in Cape Town, they would have noted the AG when she spoke passionately about the need to focus on performance information during audit. When we're doing oversight, we must be focused on performance information. That is why we emphasize this point, Honorable Nkomonye, that there must always be there must not be a misalignment between the two, performance and what the targets and expenditure is recorded. We therefore recommended the department must devise mechanisms to improve its reporting systems to eliminate the under and over reporting. Sometimes we've established that there is also under reporting. They've done the work perfectly, but the work is not being reported adequately. And that is due to lack of a proper reporting mechanism in the team. And we've already made that. Regarding half-year financial performance report, on program 1, the department is recording cumulative under expenditure of 348,000 in this projected expenditure for the period under review. We then recommended that the department must put in place plans to avert incurring under expenditure on its allocated budget at the year end, because this is this area that we shall monitor. I would even imagine if the report was tabled in September, by now we'll be talking something different. They would have recovered. Program 2, the number of state-owned facilities adhering to access norms and standards for people living with disabilities were underachieved. I think this is the point which was raised also by the OTP report, due to delay in the submission of variation orders by the Department of Education. Let me just pause here. It is concerning that a department called implementing agent is doing projects on behalf of a client department, but the client department does not pay immediately. The turnaround time to payment and transferring funding to the department implementing projects is of great concern. And we want to impress upon the MECs of various client departments to support the Department of Public Works if they have appointed it as implementing agent for their projects. Although there is a signed MOU between the two departments, in this case we identified Department of Health and Public Works, there continue to be delay in transferring funds that has been allocated for this exercise. We therefore recommending as follows, that the department must ensure that the reported under expenditure is addressed in the remaining 6 months, so that service delivery is not compromised. That the department must come with a clear plan to monitor, guide, and support SMMEs working in the projects. The department must ensure that the Department of Education must expedite approval of variation order as and when that is a requirement, because we know that it's not always a requirement for all projects to have a VO. But in this case, because we're in a built environment, there is also an expectation that such VOs shall arise. The department must through the conclusion of an agreement, make it obligatory for the Department of Health to utilize the system of tranche payments. We want to plead as the committee that perhaps as a receiving officer of the funding allocated by the transferring officer of the National Department of Health, they must find it easy to consider a tranche payment when Public Works is appointed.
Can you conclude, Honourable Member?
And then the last one, Honourable Deputy Speaker, which is the general findings. The department must continue to provide corrective actions, must continue to provide the committee with specific timelines in order to make oversight function meaningful. We want to thank the team Public Works, the MEC, the committee members, the support staff, for the work they have done towards preparation for this report. Thank you very much, Honourable.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Dr. Knotzi from the Democratic Alliance, 9 minutes, Honourable Member. Thank you very much, ma'am. 9 minutes is starting now.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. And again, from my side, I greet everybody, especially Acting Honourable Premier and our members and guests in the gallery. I hear some noise.
Continue,
Honourable Deputy Speaker. The annual financial oversight report of the department gives us a very good snapshot or general idea in terms of infrastructure investment in the province, especially in terms of the role of the department as an implementing agency. The department in the last couple of years have not performed optimally in terms of investment in infrastructure in the province. And when I say infrastructure investment, I'm talking about the type of investment that bolsters service delivery, the type of investment that will boost the economy and economic growth in the province, and ultimately have a positive impact on service delivery and the kind of things that affect the lives of people, especially in terms of the role of the department as an implementing agency for infrastructure such as clinics, hospitals, and schools. Because when that falls flat, it is not just that school that is affected in terms of the learners that must utilize those facilities. It's the patients at clinics that utilize those facilities. But it's also the contractors that are affected. It's also small, medium, and micro enterprises that are affected by inefficiencies within the department, whether it is paying on time, whether it is because a contractor was a poor performing contractor that was appointed, and now some of the other people and suppliers down the chain are also affected by this. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we must think of infrastructure maintenance as a vehicle. We have to keep maintaining a vehicle. If you keep maintaining it, it keeps costs down. But if you wait until it's completely broken, the cost of infrastructure will just completely spiral out of control. And in many instances, that is what we see. Whether we are talking about office accommodation or schools or hospitals and clinics, many times we simply wait until the point where something has to be completely replaced instead of just repairing that. The decay is reflected in the annual report of the department, admitting that 41% of its capital assets received a C1 or C2 rating, which means that it is in poor condition. As a committee, we have compelled the department to address maintenance backlog. For the past 10 years, unfortunately, they have failed to do so and meet even the targets they have set for themselves, with only reaching 14 out of 20 projects completed. But also the expectations of the public that needs to make use of these facilities have been let down. Honourable Deputy Speaker, let's take a moment to reflect on incomplete projects and the root cause. For the past 10 years, we have been standing here speaking about poor performing contractors. And just in the last year, I just want to mention 3 examples. The renovation of Fort Beaufort Museum, incomplete due to poor performance of the contractor. Renovations of the Butterworth Service Centre, incomplete, poor performance of the contractor. And then David Livingstone School, contractor has walked out of sight, is still not back on site. The project is still incomplete. Like I've mentioned, for years we have been speaking about the poor performance of contractors. And for the past 10 years, we have been asking, please blacklist poor or non-performing contractors so that we do not make the mistake of appointing those contractors again. Because we will just burn our fingers and we will have other projects that is standing due to poor or non-performance of these contractors. Many projects of the past 5 years are still incomplete. And there I even mention again at this podium the Bishu office precinct. And through you, Honourable Premier, to the Honourable MEC, I realized that this is a problem that was inherited when this MEC took office. And the MEC before her and the one before her. That is how long we have waited for the long outstanding Bishu precinct. And
until further notice. So, meaning whatever report that comes from this department is understandable, that is a fantasy, just an imagination. However, let's agree that Zocho's report was honest, that there is nothing both the committee has done and the department, they are practically doing nothing. The word failed has been mentioned at least 5 times, if I counted correctly, that it has failed to collect the revenue. It has failed to dispose almost 30 properties that would help generate the revenue for the department. So it's a crisis that is being tabled in this legislation. But beyond that, we acknowledge it and we accept that the department is dysfunctional. It's upon the incoming government to take a decisive decision on what must happen.
2 minutes.
Okay, no, it's fine, 2 minutes. So it's upon the incoming government to ensure that there is a decisive action taken in relation to this particular department. We, as part of the failures, I think that is not captured on the report, but that is forever there. The department on the previous budget speech, I think it was last 2022, it once mentioned an ambitious plan yokulungisa indawo kwakuthiwa Amatola Sun. It outlined the benefits of doing that and all of that. The current MEC has never mentioned a word about such a project. We were excited when we were there in Alfred Inzo as ordinary people of Alfred Inzo, when Maklesibeni press
1 minute.
was introduced. We had energy, we were motivated. It was interesting to be a citizen of Eastern Cape. But today that project, where nothing is happening in that particular area. So as I come here, I want to reject everything that has to do with this report. Though it's honest, that is a failure, but I still reject anything that has to do with this report. Call on the committee to go and do a proper work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I will now invite Honorable Konza from the African National Congress to debate. 14 minutes, Honorable Member. Your 14 minutes is starting now, Honorable Konza. Can you please take the mic directly to you, and then you press on.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the acting Premier, Honorable Chief Whip, the MECs, Honorable COC, honorable members and guests at large. Honorable Speaker, let me just start by saying that I hope that the last speaker will then attend the meeting of the committee when it deals with what he suggested. I hope that as he says that the committee must refine on certain things, we do, but he's not there. Let me get into what I was sent to do, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, these are more than compliance and ordinary reports for the legislature this time around. They are historic. They are watershed. This is due to the fact that these annuals are the last account we give to the public, with the end of our term looming. So it's not just it is important because we are complying, nor is it important just because we have to do it. But it's historic because it's giving us a moment to account. Positively, honorable members, these are reports for us to see what it is we have performed excellently and what the actual spots are where we fell short of meeting the targets we set for ourselves. These reports are historic because they are an account of continued endeavors by the government of the ANC, led by the ANC, to bring about political, social, and economic equality, and thus restoring the dignity of all, inclusive of the majority that for decades were spectators on how the fate of their lives was decided and their demise as a people was crafted. This is a reminder that we need to proclaim loudly at this critical signpost of our journey as these term servants of the people, that we have tried and we are about to leave the baton right here. As foot soldiers tasked with implementing strategies of changing people's lives, we should by now have graduated in understanding what was needed and what still needs to be perfected. And we must include ourselves, all of us here, both in the successes and failures. Sometimes it interests to hear members of the opposition sort of attributing the failures to the ANC, and yet they were here taking decisions with us in the process. This is not just about strategies, but strategies with tactics to perfect such issues and implementing thereof. Sun Tzu, in his The Art of War, famous revolutionary piece, analyzes the situation nicely when he writes, and I quote him, "Strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. Tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat." Close quote. In our case, when we take this quotation into context, this is about planning to deliver, implementation of those plans, and scrutiny of the factors that might have caused us to fail. It is through oversight that we succeed to achieve all the above. At the point we are in now, I guess we can describe the moment as that of a balance achieved, where we have managed to balance both strategy and tactics to heed our mandate as servants. As Sun Tzu instructs us, we did all we could to merge the two, the strategy and the tactics. In governance, social transformation, policy, fighting poverty, education, health, food security, and with emphasis, infrastructure revamping and provision. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the other critical reminder to be made is that infrastructure development, a critical program of public works, is featured prominently in the National Development Plan, and by extension, the Provincial Development Plan, an assertion that meaningful and impactful progress hinges on infrastructural development. Uthi uMargaret Thatcher xa echaza kakuhle olu nxibelelwano, and she does that casually, but with a lot of imagery, and I quote her, "You and I come by road or rail, but economics travel on infrastructure." Close quote. When looked at this seriously, this means that economic development flourishes where infrastructure exists. Investors plant their interest to invest where infrastructure is solid and is reliable. This is where the Department of Public Works fits in. It is for this reason, honorable members, that whilst we appreciate strides made by the department, we have to emphasize our discomfort when the report cites issues, including state buildings that are still occupied illegally, both for residential and commercial purposes, targets on completion of capital projects that are not met, including the Bishop Precinct and others, the under collection of targeted revenue, and the pace of the department in building its internal technical and professional capacity. Having said that, and reiterating on what the chairperson has said, it also concerns us that there is a non-alignment of the targets between the targets and the expenditure of the department. Let me quickly say this, honorable members, that this is not only a trend in this Department of Public Works. It is starting to be a trend in all the departments, that the departments underachieve their targets, but they spend their budget either completely or they overspend. That needs to be corrected, as it can create a number of assumptions that we cannot be able to explain. The second thing that we need to be concerned about is the seeming lack of understanding between the Department of Public Works, as the chairperson said, as an agency department for infrastructure provision and implementation, rather than the custodian department for the service to be delivered. And I think in our oversight, we will be failing if we don't make that distinction, because we will be asking wrong questions to the wrong department. Because if the budget sits within a particular department and then Public Works has to implement that, and the department doesn't release the budget, the Department of Public Works won't be able to implement. It means that in our analysis and critical oversight that we play, we need to make the responsible department to account for the budget we have allocated it. Not to take excuses that Public Works has failed. But they are the accounting departments, and therefore we can't take excuses for their non-performance or underperformance. The ANC appreciates the establishment of the Premier's Infrastructure Coordinating Council to drive infrastructure development programs in various sectors of the economy, encouraging integrated planning and facilitating synergy and drive in an integrated service delivery approach. This is a move in the right direction, enabler to facilitate a shared vision, focus, and action. I believe also it can solve what I mentioned about of the responsible departments in relation as to the responsible expenditure of the budgets. It needs to monitor that. Honorable Speaker, members and guests, in its 55th National Conference resolutions under economic transformation, the ANC called on an economy that is, and I quote it, inclusive and in which new businesses are able to emerge and flourish, where Black people, women, and young South African citizens are able to advance at all levels and in all areas of the economy, and where township and rural economies are able to grow. I'm stating this or quoting this, close quote, sorry. I'm quoting this in the context of the property industry development and also the capacitation of young contractors. This was a clear directive for government to create an environment for all this to happen. It's a reality that the groups and sectors that I mentioned above are far from equitably benefiting from property economy, technical and professional services, and advanced engineering and construction industry. Government, through this department, has to be deliberate in making inroads in the fields and sectors that I mentioned. That is why we appreciated, as the ANC, the initiation of programs to transform the property sector, focusing on young people as beneficiaries and women also as participants in that program, and we call for the aggressive revamping of such a program, strengthening of the incubator programs, and increased drive in the most appreciated bursary program that you are driving, Honorable MEC, with your department. In the declaration of the 55th National Conference of the ANC, which then also is a reflection of its own resolutions, the ANC made a profound commitment of ensuring, and I quote it, the introduction of measures to cut red tape and ensure small enterprises have effective means of raising finances and accessing markets, using policy frameworks such as competition policy, procurement policies, and other instruments to challenge highly concentrated ownership patterns, close quote. Hence, the deliberate call now throughout this debate, Honorable Deputy Speaker and members, of the transformation of the economic sector. Through this, if honorable members,
2
exclusion
minutes.
was institutionalized to entrench inequality as it was, it is also our task to institutionalize its dismantling, to legalize inclusive economies, and to be unpopular for doing the right thing, which is to undo what I call the economic periphery and bring all through policy and action in an institutionalized manner to the action stage of economic development, participation, and growth. This department is an appropriate vehicle to take us there. As the patriots we claim to be, I listened to the speaker before me. All of us here, regardless of our political homes, we need to commit that. We have to escape falling into the category of those servants and soldiers that were referred to by Thomas Isidore Noel Sankara of Burkina Faso when he said, I quote him, "Without patriotic political education, a soldier is only a potential criminal," close quote. We can't point forward while we move sideways. Nor can we speak rightly and relevantly and yet act differently and discriminately and derogatively. We need to own what we do. We need to be schooled with not only what the people out there want, but what they need. We can't be foolish hypocrites that denounce even our achievements through political propaganda. That's criminal. Honorable Speaker, with guided and controlled emotions, not to be overexcited and overindulge on how our country has guided the entire world on issues of humanitarian rights, equal rights, and also infrastructure or human and issues of human dignity, as in the Palestine-Israel matter. Allow me just to point out that it is our resolve through the penned conference declaration that I
conclude,
quoted
Honourable Member.
about to continue to work with the progressives in the world to realize the implementation of the United Nations.
Yes, you.
Okay, just on landing, Honorable Speaker, we must just remember the 17 UN goals, but we must concentrate on the 3 that deal with issues of this department. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Konza. Siyabulela kakhulu mama. Ngoku ndizawuphakamisa umphathiswa wesebe azokugqibezela le ngxoxo. Over to you, Honorable MEC Kopane, to conclude the debate. 10 minutes, Honorable Member, strictly.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, presiding here today, the Honorable Speaker, the Acting Premier, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of this Provincial Legislature, and the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure, members of the House of Traditional Leaders, the DG, the Head of Department of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, or Mr. Manda, the tallest guy in the house, heads of senior management of various departments, ladies and gentlemen, and the people in the gallery, I greet you this afternoon in the name of the African National Congress government that has sent us to this institution. Honorable Speaker, I rise to welcome the report by the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure and appreciate its oversight work. Indeed, when I tabled the annual report on the 31st of October and on the 2nd and 9th of November 2023, and Financial Oversight Report on the 23rd of November 2023, the department demonstrated some good stories as well as some areas where the department needs to improve and mitigate on. It's just a pity that there is a member, Honorable Madikizela, Honorable Deputy Speaker, whom I have never seen in the committee, whilst other members were exercising their rights and also implementing the rules of the House. But I know asoze axole usengaphakathi kwiinkomfa ze-African National Congress makaphume torho. And the Emaxesibeni office precinct is not just a building like my own house and whoever's house, and one building on the floor. Is a multi-story investment that we are driving at Emaxesibeni. So when you dig the foundation, the earthworks of that type of a building will not just be a once-off thing like a 1 meter deep. No, it's more than that. I think I'll lend him some information around the specifications of what we are trying to do there. And the people are on the site as we speak. They were there on Monday, and fortunately is on the N2 on his way home and from home back to Bishop. The year under review, Honorable Speaker, in the House, in our service delivery model, has been termed the year of maturity. To be truly a mature department, we are concluding with speed the migration process for employees falling below the senior management service. And we are ensuring that the department is also fast-tracking the implementation of the annual recruitment plan 2023-2024, of which 215 critical vacant posts have been advertised and are in various stages of recruitment process. Filling of these positions will significantly augment departmental capacity to fulfill its mandate. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department spent 2.6 billion of the total final appropriation of 2.6 and spent 99% of its allocation. The department further has spent 1.2 billion, which represents 25% of the total original budget of 2.5 billion. This demonstrates that as the department, we are committed to ensuring services delivery on the ground is progressing well as per the commitments made by the department in the 6th term of administration. This financial year marks the end of this term, and with the limited time at our disposal, I commit that it will be business unusual. Kuzoba ngokuqhuzithuli, kuzosheshwa, ritlaputlata, Public Works. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure knows that we are doing well in the following areas: the implementation of the new organizational structure, employment equity targets for women in senior management services at 56%, with a slight improvement in the financial year of 58%. We continue to strive to be the implementing agent of choice by ensuring that we have a dedicated focus on the oversight of project implementation. The department has even resuscitated structures like Kwalasela as a model that was working very well for government during the COVID-19 pandemic. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we commit to enhance our capability to create more full-time equivalents in the space of EPWP. We seek to also assist other public bodies to achieve these targets. Our innovation in the EPWP space has been challenged to champion more innovation, to create more work opportunities and support SMMEs in the infrastructure space. Honorable Deputy Speaker and the House, it is of great significance to note that this year marks 20 years, that is since 2004, of the existence of EPWP, and soon we'll be launching phase 5 in collaboration with the National Department of Public Works here in the Eastern Cape. Honorable Speaker, we note 6 areas of concern that have been raised
2
by the
minutes.
members of the Portfolio Committee. I won't read them as I have marked them here, the departmental interventions on the non-achieved employment equity targets, but these 2 I need to mention, the youth as well as the people with disabilities. The commitment on youth development, the audit improvement, irregular expenditure, and the failure to collect debts. I can confirm that already strides to mitigate some of the concerns are already in force. For example, the department is working with Treasury to currently making sure that we engage on reduction of opening balance on irregular expenditure. Already on the department's recruitment drive, we're ensuring compliance with the department employment equity plans in order to redress the youth and persons with disability issues. Already, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure managed to achieve 35% due to this deliberate drive. Furthermore, the department continues to have a bird's eye view on youth development through programs such as skills development, artisans development program, and ensuring youth benefits in the value chain of economy. Over 172 youth-owned companies have benefited. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure will continue to monitor its audit improvement plan and put systems in place to ensure that the department rallies all its effort towards ensuring a clean audit. Further, the department will continue to fight illegal occupation
As
of
you conclude, Honourable Member.
properties. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I once more appreciate the robustness of the Portfolio Committee when exercising its oversight responsibility. Your gesture, Honorable Members, serves to push the department to realize that which was envisaged at the beginning of the term to be a truly a leader in provincial infrastructure delivery, coordination, and socio-economic investment. We also note all the issues raised by the members in the debate, and I commit before this August House that we will, within the prescribed time frame, provide written responses to the House resolutions. I thank the
Thank you very
department, the officials led by the HOD, and I say forward to the revenue generation, disposal of assets,
Thank
and
you very much.
PICC support. I thank you,
Thank
Honorable
you very much,
Speaker.
Honourable MEC. Siyabulela mphathiswa. I now put the report on our members. Any objection? Thank you very much. Secretary, can you please read the 6th order of the day?
Consideration of reports of Portfolio Committee on Education on annual and of financial oversight reports.
Thank you very much. Honorable Saziwa, you've got just 10 minutes, Honorable Member. I'll be happy if you can time yourself, just present a stronger recommendation and general findings and so on. Your 10 minutes is starting now.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me acknowledge the already established protocol in the House. But let me also hasten to acknowledge the acting HOD for the Department of Education, Mrs. Marsdorp. Our report is contained from page 510 to 534. Let me also acknowledge some grammatical mistakes that are found in the report. Let me also state that the report that we are to table has been adopted unanimously by all members of the committee. Therefore, we don't expect any member of that committee to say the report is not supported. Chair, because of the length of the report, what we have done in the report, we have just looked at what we found to be things that are positive and also things that are negative in the report, so that we can have a balanced view of the department. For program 1 on the annual report, finding C, lack of supporting documentation to support the immovable asset register has resulted to the department receiving qualified auditing outcomes for the 10th time, 10 years, qualified audit report. Finding G, there are still many learners who did not benefit from the scholar transport due to budget constraints, and we indicate that this is a repetitive finding. So we'd like the House to accept the recommendations in this regard. Program 2, finding E and F. The department failed to fund learners at 100% as per national norms and standards due to budget cuts. F, the department failed to provide furniture for educators to all deserving schools in the year under review. Program 6, finding A, the department failed to spend 100 million rands regardless of the huge school infrastructure in the province. General findings for annual report. Findings, the budget spending of the department is characterized with over and under expenditure, which points to poor financial management systems. Non-filling of posts across programs has resulted to underspending, and in return, the department opts for utilization of consultants as a stopgap measure in some units. There's a lack of approaching facilities in the majority of schools in the province, especially in rural areas. There are contractors who abandoned sites due to non-payment. There are still unresolved issues of dilapidated hostels and old schools. Accruals impacted negatively on the current budget across the program. That's the annual report that we are summarizing with all the recommendations and findings which we want this House to adopt. On the half-year report, program 1, finding A, B, and E. In the 6 months under review, the program underspent by an enormous 141 million rands, which is incurred mainly in compensation of employees due to unfilled posts, and this has been occurring repetitively over the financial years. The department could not meet the target of conducting visits to schools twice a year for purposes of monitoring and providing support. E, Broadband connectivity and the general internet connectivity remains a challenge facing schools in the province, particularly in schools that are found in rural areas. Program 2, we table findings and recommendations as they are. Program 3, only one finding. Some independent schools in the province perform below the provincial pass rate, and this reveals a lack of monitoring and support to these schools. Program 4, finding B, the department is unable to retain professionals with scarce skills such as therapists and psychologists, especially in rural areas. We'd like the House to adopt the recommendation and the findings in this regard. Program 5, findings B, D, and F. Delays in the finalization of a project to professionalize ECD practitioners remains a challenge in the province. D, the ECD personnel do not have laptops and internet connectivity, and this hinders effective reporting. F, there are 1,805 ECD centers that are not registered, and they do not meet the established norms and standards. We'd like the House to accept the recommendations and findings in this regard. The next program, we are going to read only finding G. The department committed to provide proper fencing to 120 schools in the current financial year. Remember, we're left with only one full month before we finalize this financial year. We'd like the House also to accept our recommendations in this regard. On the general findings, departmental programs are fluctuating between over and under expenditure, and this demonstrates poor financial management systems. Employment equity targets on senior management services levels remains a challenge at the department. Some documents submitted to the legislature are not quality assured. We'd like to thank all our staff members who compiled these reports, the MEC in absentia, who was always with us, as well as the senior management, and we'd like to request the House to accept all our recommendations across the two reports. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Such a huge budget and you were on time. Thank you very much. Honorable Hendricks from the Democratic Alliance to start the debate. Your 9 minutes, Honorable Member, is starting now. Can you please press your mic?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Allow me just to say, for the sake of time, all protocols observed. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the definition of resilience is the capacity to withstand and recover from difficulty very quickly. This is also known as toughness. For the year under review, I want to commend the learners and teachers across the length and breadth of our province, especially the matric class of 2023, for their toughness and resilience. But as we celebrate the resilience of our learners, the annual report and half-year report, as opposed to the performance of our learners, does not instill the same pride. The total under expenditure of the Department of Education for the year under review was just under 140 million rand. The duty of the department under Program 1 is to provide management and support to the education system. This program underspent by 32 million rand. The premier slow-moving broadband project has resulted in thousands of schools not yet being connected to the internet. In a fast-paced world which is mostly online, learners, especially in the rural areas in the Eastern Cape, are left behind. The inability of the department to close small unviable schools are partly due to the lack of scholar transport available to these learners, the unavailability of roads and bridges connecting these communities to schools, and the general incapacity that the Department of Education has. This has resulted in thousands of learners attending schools in 438 mud schools still operational in the province in 2024. Our children and school deserve every cent allocated within a financial year, but instead the bulk of our budget is allocated to accruals. Chairperson, Program 2, with respect to Program 2, the rationalization of schools and the inability of the department within the province to provide the necessary recourse such as transport and hostel accommodation has resulted in learners dropping out of school. In fact, 42,439 learners who started in grade 10 in 2021 did not complete grade 12 in 2023. For many years, the DA in the province has urged the department to take the number of learners who drop out of school as a serious concern for the education of our children. These calls, Honourable Speaker, have been ignored as the department assumes that these learners have dropped out. These learners that have dropped out is either passed away or migrated to another province. 25.5 million rand that was meant to utilize to employ teachers, of which we have thousands of unemployed teachers available and ready to serve, went unspent as the department has still not managed to create a system to employ educators within the financial year. Deputy Speaker, I would like to remind the members of this House that we are faced with an extremely high number of unemployed individuals within our province. Our people are falling deeper and deeper into poverty, which our provincial departments are sitting with the money in the bank to employ these people. Program 3, I would like to provide a warning to the department. With more and more parents losing confidence in government schools, attention must be paid to supporting and monitoring independent schools. Again, this program is plagued with human resource challenges, even though the program underspent by 3 million rand in the year under review. Learners in special schools are left without specialized interventions provided by therapists and psychologists, with 55.9 million rand that was meant for special schools and learners were left unspent in 22-23. In the Eastern Cape, in the year under review, we have one specialist staff, such as a therapist or a psychologist, for every 251 special education learners, as compared to the Western Cape, where special education learners are prioritized. There, the ratio is 1 for every 65 learners in 22-23. Program 5, it seems as if the Department of Education in the Eastern Cape does not see early childhood development in the same light, as 128.6 million went underspent for Program 5. In stark comparison, the DA-led province in the Western Cape has not underspent a single cent on early childhood development for the year under review or in the previous financial year. Back home in the Eastern Cape, 35.5 million rand meant for pre-grade R training was left untouched. The DA is of the view that the ECD practitioners are professionals and should be treated as such. Program 6 still presides over 438 mud schools in the province, 836 schools with inappropriate infrastructure, over 113,000 learners in 427 schools that still use pit latrines, where the Department of Education in the Eastern Cape left over 100 million rand meant for infrastructure. It still remained untouched. To rub salt in the wounds of learners, schools and parents in the Eastern Cape, the conditional infrastructure grant was cut with 100 million rand due to non-compliance, and a further over 100 million rand of this grant went unspent for the year under review. It should be noted, Chair, and it's worth noting if you are willing to hear it. In the Western Cape government has no need for an indicator highlighting how many schools were supplied with water and electricity and humane sanitation facilities, as the schools faced with these issues in the Western Cape do not exist. And again, no under expenditure occurred in the DA-led province when it came to infrastructure. Program 7, the aim of the program is to provide education institutions with examination and education-related services. The program underspent with over 53 million rand. Once again, the learner dropout rate is highlighted under this program. As the DA, we want to once again urge the department to see that learners dropping out of school is a major concern. Chairperson, in conclusion, as the Department of Education limped into 2024 with scholar transport in a crisis, an increasing backlog on school infrastructure, and poor financial performance, they are about to end the sixth administration on an all-time low. Chairperson, we live in hope and the belief that the incoming DA-led government in the Eastern Cape will restore pride, dignity, and performance excellence within this department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will now invite the Economic Freedom Fighters, Honorable Zebula. I don't see him here. Okay, we progress. Honorable Beggar from the Freedom Front Plus. Your 3 minutes, Honorable Member, is reserved for you. Akpare.
Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Speaker. All protocols observed, and I do state all respect to my co-portfolio committee members. Deputy Speaker, please allow me by extending my condolences to the family and loved ones of the late acting HOD, Dr. Nuku, and congratulations to Ms. Marsdorp. I rise today to speak on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus, the party that stands for the rights and interests of minorities. We are here today to debate the performance and the budget of the Department of Education in the Eastern Cape, a department that is supposed to provide quality education to our children. However, we are deeply disappointed and concerned by the dismal state of affairs in this department, which has failed to deliver on its mandate and has let down millions of learners, educators, and parents in this province. The Department of Education in the Eastern Cape is plagued by numerous challenges such as poor infrastructure, lack of resources, corruption, mismanagement, low morale, high dropout rates, as well as low literacy and numeracy levels. The Freedom Front Plus believes that education is a fundamental human right and a key driver to social and economic development. We believe that every child deserves access to quality education that is relevant, inclusive, and responsive of their needs and aspirations. We believe that education should promote self-determination, cultural diversity, and national unity. The Freedom Front Plus condemns the Department of Education in the Eastern Cape for its failure to address the the infrastructure backlog in the province, which has left thousands of schools without proper buildings, water, sanitation, electricity, furniture, and
1 minute.
security. The Freedom Front Plus also condemns the Department of Education in the Eastern Cape for the way they handled the transition of the Tsetsikama Primary School to become a high school. There were no proper public participation done before the parents of the primary school and the learners received notice in January of this year that the school will become high school. No engagement with the SGB or the parents. Acting Speaker, as my time is running to an end, I will conclude. We call on the department to consult and consolidate with all stakeholders, including learners, educators and parents, unions, civil society and opposition parties, in the planning and the delivery of education services. Through this, we will learn the needs of the people. Please build schools where they are needed. In this way, we can reduce the burden of scholar transport that is always in the news. The Freedom Front Plus believes that there is no hope for a better that there is hope for a better future for our children
As you
and for our
conclude,
country.
honourable member.
If we work together to ensure that education is a priority, a right and a responsibility for all.
Thank you.
I thank you, Acting
Thank you
Speaker.
very much, Honourable Berger. The African National Congress, Honourable Tigana Kotiwe. 14 minutes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, our Chief Whip, Honorable Acting Premier and members of the Executive Council, members of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, the acting head and top management of the Department of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Allow me to take this opportunity to extend my warm revolutionary greetings. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I stand before you today with a heavy heart as we have collectively mourned the profound loss of our distinguished administrator, the acting HOD of the Department of Education in the Eastern Cape, Dr. Soyisile Noku. Dr. Noku's passing is not merely a loss to his family, friends, and colleagues. It is a loss to the entire system of education and public service in this difficult time. Our thoughts and sympathies extend to his loved ones who trust, bear, and weight of this immense loss. We share in their grief and offer our unwavering support as they navigate the challenging journey that lies ahead. This year commemorates the 30th anniversary of our democracy in South Africa, a milestone that dates back to the inaugural democratic elections held in 1994. During that historical moment, the people of South Africa, undeterred by racial differences, stood steadfastly in lengthy queues to exercise their voting rights to the first of its kind. As we reflect to the journey of the past 3 decades, let us acknowledge the progress made, celebrate the achievements, and recognize the challenges that persist. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we note the improvement of metric results, which are outstanding at 81.4% pass rate recorded by the Eastern Cape Department of Education. This reflects a commendable 4.1 improvement from 77.3 achievement in 2022. Over the term, the Eastern Cape has witnessed a noteworthy shift from 76.5 in 2019 to the impressive figure of 81.4 in 2023, marking a 4.9 positive transformation. A particularly noteworthy accomplishment is the increase in the number of bachelor passes, which rose by 2.8% from 36.8 in 2022 to an impressive 39.6 in 2023, totaling 34,974 successful bachelor certificates. Over this current term, the Eastern Cape has produced an inspiring 146 108,561 bachelor passes and 108,442 diploma passes. Equally encouraging is the surge in the number of distinctions, rising from 15,745 in 2019 to an impressive 29,064 in 2023, showcasing a continuous year-on-year improvement from 3.7% in 2022 to 4.2% in 2023. Furthermore, I wish to highlight the exemplary performance of the districts, particularly applauding the rural districts for their exceptional achievements. The top 5 performing districts in 2023 are as follows. Alfonso East, which claims the top spot with an 85.1 pass rate, exhibiting an 8.1 improvement from 77% in 2022. Alfonso West secured the second position at 84.2 with an commendable 1.5 improvement from 82.7 in 2022. Christiani East ranking third with an 84.1 pass rate, showcasing a noteworthy 4.5 improvement from 79.5 in 2022. Joe Gabi occupied the 4th position with an impressive 83.9 pass rate, marking a remarkable 12% improvement from 71.7% in 2022. Nelson Mandela claimed the 5th spot with an 83.1 pass rate, reflecting a substantial 2.7 improvement from 71.7 in 2022. Particularly commendable in the distinctions of Joe Gabi as the most improved district both nationally and provincially. This achievement is attributed to the wise decision to realign the district from 23 to 12, resulting in the appointment of highly competent district directors. The commitment to making education an apex priority is now yielding tangible and praiseworthy results. While acknowledging the achievement in a crucial to recognize the collaborative efforts that make it possible, the dedication and hard work of teacher unions and were to disruptions that negatively affected teaching and learning, effective functionality of schools, supportive communities, and the commitment of both teachers and learners have played a pivotal role in this success. Additionally, the invaluable contribution of educator assistants and general assistants shaping the functionality of our schools cannot be overlooked. On school nutrition, Honorable Deputy Speaker, providing daily nutritious meals through the National Schools Nutrition Program has immensely improved learner attendance. Number of learners benefiting from National School Nutrition Program in our province is 1,648,825 learners in 4,883 quintile 1 to 3 public ordinary schools and targeted special schools. Additional meal through breakfast in 352,883 learners in quintile 1 to 3 public ordinary schools. Employment of 12,648 volunteer food handlers to prepare meals for learners. Through the implementation of this program, 12,729 job opportunities have been created. Honorable Speaker, it remains the duty of the Department of Education to develop the learners holistically. This has witnessed several schools with functional school safety committees, junior commissioners, peace clubs, march and drill program, teenage against drug abuse. The program is benefiting almost 800 schools that have
functional school safety committees. This improvement was due to training that was provided to all 12 school safety coordinators in each district. School safety coordinators work with learner support agents to do awareness campaigns on teenage pregnancy, drugs and substance use. All schools were linked to the nearest police stations, and this relationship was strengthened during the awareness campaigns. Learners in schools are encouraged to establish junior commissioners led by South African Police Services, which is a program that inculcates discipline and changes behaviors where necessary. Proudly, 800 schools have fully implemented school health and psychosocial support activities. Within this initiative, 800 learner support agents have been appointed and contracted through the Cordinal grant under the Keeping Boys in School program. Out of these 800 agents, 100 have been strategically placed in 49 circuits management centers to provide critical support to school across various circuits in all 12 districts, particularly during this initiation season, where the boys may need extra assistance. To tackle the pervasive issue of vandalism within our schools, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC-led government has made it a top priority to implement security fencing measures for 203 schools in 2023-24 financial year. Presently, 90 schools have been successfully fenced, while construction is underway for an additional 94 schools. This initiative supplements the existing efforts where numerous schools across the country have already been fortified with security fencing. The commitment for 40 educational institutions underscores the government's dedication to creating a safe and secure environment for both students and educators. The issue of providing scholar transport is still a challenge, as not all learners benefit as per their needs. 90,896 learners are benefiting from the scholar transport contract against 139,000 that needs the service, but due to budgetary constraints, not everyone in need is benefiting. Over and above scholar transport provision, the Department of Transport has a Shova Kalula bicycle provision program, which is a vital component of the broader transport initiative, which is being implemented across all provinces. This program specifically targets learners who do not qualify for scholar transport but do face the challenges of walking distances, typically between 3 to 5 kilometers to and from school. By promoting cycling as low mobility solution, we not only ease the burden on these learners, but also encourage physical fitness, which is crucial for their overall development. But we, as the committee was saying, there's a need for the three departments to meet, Department of Education, Department of Transport and Treasury, to look whether there won't be more solution to try and have
2 minutes,
additional
Honourable Member.
funding. We are noting the infrastructure program as the MEC will be launching a number of schools through a CD program. From now onwards, there are 10 schools which will be handed over before the end of this financial year. That's a lot of progress, as we are noting that among the 349 projects have been finished, 194 are currently in the planning stage, and 319 are under construction, and 206 are out of the tender. It means that our education is the key priority or apex priority for our government. In the current academic year, the ANC-led government is in a campaign of handing over the schools, as I've already indicated. We are noting the challenges, but we can say in the progress which we have made, we've noted the delivery of LTSM to all the schools in the Eastern Cape. And all schools have received their allocations, and there's appointment of non-educational professionals which have been done for special schools. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the report offers us valuable insight into the present challenges that our education system faces. We must work together to find lasting solutions and allocate the resources necessary to address these issues and provide our children with quality of education they deserve, for us to fulfill what Tata Nelson Mandela once said, and I quote, "Education is the great engine of personal development. It's through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become the head of mine, that a child of a farm worker can become a president of a great nation. It is what we make out what we have, not what we are, given that separates one person from another." I close quote.
Thank you very much.
The
Honorable.
ANC support the report. I
Thank you very much. Siyabulela Honorable Qotiwe. Ngoku sawucela Honorable Acting MEC umama uFanta to conclude the debate in 10 minutes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Manditi, all protocol is observed. Kodwa ndiqaphele the newly appointed DDG, umama uMastorp, imbokodo. Ndiqinisekile ngositshintshile pha kula equity yethu. Amakhosikazi ayangena ezindaweni ezikude. Speaker, on behalf of the Department of Education, let me take this opportunity to convey a word of appreciation to the August House of once again allowing us to speak and communicate to our people the progress on the work we have committed to achieve, even though we're now finding ourselves under these abnormal circumstances and challenges of shrinking fiscal budget. Speaker, with your permission, before I deal with our subject matter for the day, would like to highlight two important events that have occurred in our department. Honorable members, on the 19th January 2024, we released the grade 12 results for the class of 2023. It gives me pleasure to give a brief account of Eastern Cape performance in the 2023 National Certificate Examination, grade 12. Class of 23 is the 10th cohort to sit for the National Senior Certificate Examination based on CAPS. It is a cohort that entered grade 1 in 2012 and most probably had a fairly stable and conducive teaching and learning environment up to 2029. When they were in grade 9, class was affected by COVID-19 pandemic. However, they had 3 years of uninterrupted teaching and learning from grade 10 to 12. In all respects, 2023 represents a watershed period in the learner performance strategy of the Eastern Cape. We managed to achieve 81.4%. This is characterized by a number of inaugurations ranging from pass percentage, bachelor passes, etc. The year 2023 is also marked by improved quality and good standard of school-based assessment submitted to Umaluse for resulting. This means the persistent emphasis of formal school-based assessment over the past few years has paid off handsomely in 2023. The class of 2023 obtained 1.4%, 4.1% improved to 77.3%. Maningangeni kuyo lonto umama uGqothiwe Tikana uyingenile kulena. Speaker, we are also still celebrating, while we're still celebrating this watershed moment on the 24th of January 2024, we received and learned with shock the untimely departure of our HOD, Dr. Soisile Nuku. Dr. Nuku was revered by his contemporary and within our domain because of his tenacity, diligence, experience, knowledge, and wisdom. He was not just a thinker, he was a philosopher and a social scientist who understood that education is a societal matter and that its success depends on collaborative, concrete initiatives that enable sound policies and system. Sithe sisacelebrata ukuba inamba isombuluka yase-Eastern Cape sibuyela apho sivela khona ngoba apha Eastern Cape zonke i-African leaders zasela apha kumthombo wokufunda. We celebrate 81.4 sibulela bonke abantu base-Eastern Cape, sibulela our educators eziphuma zisebenza under very difficult circumstances when violence, GBV especially in our rural areas, but our educators, they brave kuba bayokwenza night classes. Siyababulela kakhulu all our educators, the labor organization that supported us, and all the officials of department. Siyabulela kakhulu nge-support. Sibulela mandibulele ndiyathanda uyilibala le ndawo ye-committee ndiphuma sendirashile apha. Committee that always whip us when we are not doing well. Koze zombini ke ezi committee namhlanje ezirepresentayo social development education ndiyayitsho loo nto uba we really thank you for whipping us and at giving advice where need arises. Siyabulela kakhulu the achievement that we have as Department of Education is because of your whipping, members of Portfolio Committee. Let me also indicate that we are from school visits. I was humbled and proud at the same time when in each school that we visited, 100% LSTM delivery ratio, stationary. You know, this is the whipping that you are doing at this committee. Our department must make sure that all the material school, the tranches zemali. I was proud to kuba ndifike each and every school kuthi imali ingenile. Thank you very much Portfolio Committee, because without you yes ngakhange sibekho kule ndawo sikuyo. Masize kwi-achievements. Dr. Nuku ke usiprovele that you can start to be a primary teacher, a principal, unyuke up to the highest ladder. Lento simane sifuna abantu ngapha kwi-private sector to head i-government department. Isibonisile this time around Dr. Nuku uba uqala from the lowest as a teacher ka-primary school, wenyuka wangu-principal, wenyuka waya school, wenyuka waba district director, waba chief director, waya by HOD, and she produces these wonderful results. Asibuyimva kulo 2024 sisiya ku-85%, and ilizwi esithethileyo liyadala. Sifuna ukuthi ze nisibukele xa sitshila sindanda kulo nyaka uzayo siku-85 futhi sizawutshila. Asisathamsakhi ngoku, asifuni isitye emnyameni ngoku, siyazazi apha sikhona ngoku ukuthi with the food soldiers esinazo. Our department has done a wonderful job of assessment of district capacity to handle payments. Even our officials are being trained. Hence, ekwezikolweni zethu imali ingenile ngexesha ngoba district officials are being trained. Decentralization of appointment of post level 1, post level 4 district. Zenzekile loo nto leyo. For the first time since 2018, 379 posts approved. Districts were prioritized in the ARP with 85% posts designated for district and school. In addition, 244 kule mandiye kule ndawo kuthethwa ngayo apha. Kule we have trained abantwana i-CDC centers zethu. Sinabantu esibatrainele to do B.Ed. 18 ECD practitioners are registered with roads doing B.Ed foundation phase. Uthela ukuthini uthi uNtu asibahoyanga abantu be special schools, ECDs, whilst we empower Whereas we employed more than 40,000 unemployed youth through the PYEA, capacity building programs for 700 youth for special schools. These special schools are city disability nje. We have empowered them. Our educators are empowered, even the non-teaching staff are being empowered. These skill development programs, sizenzile as a 300 educators registered with UNISA doing autism spectrum program. So, uthetha ukuthi 110 Missy Awards bursaries issued, 200 Matthew Goni bursary awarded, 35 military veterans bursaries awarded. This is the Department of Education. Citizens we are no more mkanja ngoku siphezulu. Igqibezele ngelithi ke class of 23 pass rate of 81.4 improved ngo4.3%, 100% of delivery of LTSM, stationery 100%, textbook 99.8%, furniture delivered, customer upgraded and functionally to deal with queries. Yeah, our customer care ayihombisanga pha iyancedisa wherever ufuna ukuthetha nathi citizen education. It is not about not about disability, it is ability. It is not about inclusion, it is about exclusion, it is about inclusion. It is not about weaknesses, it's about strength. Ndigqibezele ngelithi ke yatsho elafafa lude lasequnu yathi lathi elafafa lasequnu xa ndiyikota, it always seems impossible until it is done. Nelson Mandela said, siyandanda ngo-81.4%, siyandanda siyenzile ngoba wawutshilo Madiba wathi it is always seem to be impossible. Ibingathi xa sithetha sizawufika ku-80 kuthiwa siyaphupha, kodwa ngoku sifikile. Siyandanda ngosiyatanasa ngoku. Thank you, Chairperson.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable MSC. Honorable members, I put the report. Any objection? I'll ask the Secretary to read the 7th order of the day.
Consideration of reports of Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs on annual and financial oversight reports.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sondaba, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Honorable Chair of Chairs and all established protocols of this august House, we hereby present 2022-23 annual report and half-year financial oversight report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the department presented a brief overview of annual report in line with the department's vision, mission statement, set goals. The focus areas were on strategic overview, financial overview, program highlights, key challenges, remedial measures to be implemented by the department. Honorable Chair of Chairs, having considered the information presented by the department, the committee made following findings and recommendations. But in the interest of time, Honorable Chair of Chairs, let me hastily go to recommendations. We infer that findings we'll take it as read, and because this is an honorable reading house, so we'll take it as read. Let me rush to recommendations. Program 1, the department must ensure that clean audit outcomes are translated to effective service delivery for the benefit of communities. B, the department must put measures in place that will enable systems to timeously detect and remove all terminated employees from the payroll, as that could lead to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. C, the department must ensure that necessary processes are followed to ensure that this irregular and irregular expenditure is investigated and recovered and or condoned. D, the department must provide the committee with a report on steps that have been taken against these officials responsible for non-compliance with the recruitment and selection policy, and also provide committee with measures that will be put in place to prevent any future non-compliance with the policy. E, the department must work with the Office of the Premier and must follow the mechanism provided in the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act of 2005 to ensure effective functioning of IGR in the province. We'll go to program 2, recommendations. Department must ensure that all councillors sign declaration of interest as required by Section 7 of the Municipal Systems Act. The department must work out a plan with the Office of the Premier and Provincial Treasury that will ensure that the government department pay for the debt that they owe to the municipalities. C, the department must provide committee with a report on reprioritized posts, including the vacant positions of community development workers in line with the cost containment measures and the plan to fill these posts. D, the department must, in line with the municipal debt relief program, provide the committee with a report on municipalities whose application outcomes are still outstanding. Program 3, the department must lobby the Minister of Public Works not to implement a one-size-fits-all approach for adequate budget, since the Eastern Cape is always spending up to 100% of this program. B, the department must submit a report on measures taken to implement SPLUMA in the province. C, the department must ensure that evaluating appeals board is established and is functioning at these municipalities to hear or decide on appeals against the decision of municipality by aggrieved residents. D, the department must ensure that all outstanding facilities are procured for the center to be fully functional. Program 4, the department must, in collaboration with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, submit a report to the committee on measures taken to ensure completion of traditional council. B, the department must work with the Department of Rural Development and Rural Reforms to ensure that such plans have been developed, have developmental agenda that include protection and development of grazing and plowing land. C, the department must complete the process of amending the Act to ensure its alignment with National Act and to strengthen its order to curb injuries and death in initiation schools. D, the department must extend such GBV awareness campaign to OR Tambo district, especially Lusikisiki area of Ingqoza municipality, where the statistics of GBV are very high in the province. Honorable Chair of Chairs, we are on half-year report. We, as a committee, the department presented a detailed overview of financial oversight report in line with the department's vision and mission statement, set goals. The focus areas include a strategic overview, financial overview, program highlights, key challenges, and remedial to be implemented by the department. Having considered this information, Chair of Chairs, presented by the department, the committee made the following findings and recommendations. I'll go straight to our recommendations in program 1. The department has recorded, the department must ensure that underspending on compensation of employees is addressed by ensuring that all prioritized critical vacant funded posts are filled. B, the department must submit a detailed plan on how it is going to prevent this under expenditure. C, the department must submit a report to the committee on how it intends to deal with the potential over expenditure on the capital assets. D, the department must initiate an investigation and submit a report to the committee on action taken against those responsible for the loss of assets. Program 2, we have one recommendation. The department must submit a detailed plan.
Honorable Sonda, I've just put a pause on your time. I'm not sure how you're going to do it, but you have 1 minute, 46 seconds to conclude.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
The department must submit a detailed plan on how it is going to prevent a potential overspending. On recommendation 2, as and when the provincial treasury approves the rollover application, the department must provide a committee with a projected monthly expenditure as per submission. Chair of Chairs, would like to request that the reports requested from the department be submitted to the committee in the 30 days stipulated time frame. The committee would like to extend its gratitude to the MEC and entire department for their cooperation in this process. We cannot fail to thank our support staff and all honorable members. The committee therefore recommends that this House adopts these reports. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sonda. That brings us to the debate of the report by political parties, and the first political party is Democratic Alliance. Honorable Dr. Knutsi, you may take the podium, and your 9 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and again, good afternoon. This is our last debate for the 6th Legislature on the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. And as you have seen today, I'm on quite a few committees, but this one, don't tell the others, is my favorite one. I really like this one. And it's because it has to do with that link between local government, provincial government, national government, that nexus of cooperative governance. And I especially like to talk about our role in COCTA to support and assist, and when the time comes, intervene when local government is not performing up to the standard that it should be. And the reason why I think that is so important is because, as we know, local government is the sphere closest to the people. When things go wrong in local government, it is our people that feel the effects of it. If service delivery is not at the level where it should be, if people are struggling for water, they open their taps and water don't come out, if they switch on their lights and the lights don't come on, if they are struggling with sewage leaks and roads, that really affects our people. And I think that is why I'm so passionate about this committee and the work that this committee does. The accounting officer has said in this report, and has done so in basically the entire 6th term, that there is a reoccurring finding in terms of expenditure of infrastructure grants of local municipalities. And so we really have to ask ourselves, are we doing enough to support the local sphere of government? Can we do more to assist and support municipalities before they get to a place where we are called upon to intervene in those municipalities? That is something we seriously have to consider, especially going into the seventh legislature. And I just want to use one example, and that is something that we are being faced with more and more. And I always say that, I was a councillor before. But when I was a councillor 13, 14 years ago, it was a little bit easier because when things went wrong, you could pick up the phone and say, there's a water leak here. And it was quite easy still to repair that. And it was done quite quickly 13 years ago. Unfortunately, now we are at a point where infrastructure systems are more deteriorated and in some instances have collapsed completely, like water and wastewater infrastructure. Like look at Makana and places in the Chris Hani district. So now when you're a councillor and you want to report a water leak, it's not that easy to just repair that anymore because down the line something has collapsed. And at the end of the day, again, the people suffer for longer periods of time without basic service delivery items that they have to have. But we've got a shrinking fiscal budget, and every rand that is allocated in terms of grant funding to municipalities, we have to find a way to ensure that those grant funding, especially when it comes to infrastructure, is spent correctly. Because as I've already said, when it comes to infrastructure without a doubt, and in most cases, always affects the basic service delivery items like roads and water and that type of infrastructure. And I think it is one of the department's core mandates to see how we can assist and support these municipalities. But what the department must also do is to know when the time is where we can't assist anymore and where we can't support anymore. When it is time to say, it's up to here and no further, we have to intervene now. We cannot have instances where we are taking too long to intervene when the time comes. And unfortunately, that has happened in the past, where we have taken too long. A good example of that was, in my opinion, the Amatole district municipality, where it was almost like it was sudden that they couldn't pay salaries, that we realized that they had an absolutely bloated staff component. And all of a sudden they needed to be placed under administration. So now we still have 5 municipalities under administration in the Eastern Cape, of which one is under national administration, which is Enoch Mkajima. Again, I want to use that as an example. Perhaps we waited too long to intervene there. Why was it necessary for national to put them under administration? Should we not have been the first responders when it came to Enoch Mkajima? So in the beginning of this term, which started in 2019, we had around 14 municipalities that we said, these municipalities are under distress or in distress. They need additional assistance and support or intervention. Now that has grown to 16 municipalities, which is concerning because it's about a third of municipalities in the Eastern Cape that are now in a position where they are probably not financially viable and are in financial distress, which means they need that extra assistance from us. And that would be greatly assisted if we could reprioritize, and I know that COCTA is not an implementing department, but if we could look at having additional funds for that type of support to these municipalities and to prevent that more of these municipalities get to a place where they say, we are now distressed, we cannot deliver basic services, and it is time for us to say we need help. The other example I want to use is that of Makana municipality. And I know, and the Honourable MEC through you, Honourable Chair, will know that we've asked for this municipality to be dissolved. You will recall a couple of years ago there was a court case ordering the provincial executive to dissolve this municipality. And again, there are new requests, especially now that National Treasury is saying they are taking 60 million rand. They want 60 million rand back from Makana municipality, and this will undoubtedly break that municipality. But the question I have today is that, and I know that the MEC has already received this request, I know the Premier has received this request, and I'm quite sure that it has been considered. But perhaps it is time to consider it very seriously. Because when you have 16 municipalities in distress, and by the way, I'm also aware of certain directives that were given to the Amatoli municipality, for instance, that they just absolutely ignore. And I couldn't believe the amount of disdain that there has been in these municipalities for the authority of provincial government and the office of the MEC. Perhaps it is time to consider to dissolve Makana municipality. Because I think that some of these municipalities are saying, you know what, they will
Dr.
never,
Notse,
they will never dissolve
you have
us.
60 seconds left.
They will never dissolve us. We can do what we want. We can continue to treat the department with disdain. Perhaps it is time to set an example and put our feet down, and put Makana and dissolve Makana. Honourable Chair, in conclusion, the people of the Eastern Cape deserve better. When the sphere of government that is closest to the people fail, it is the people that suffer the most. And our every effort in this House, and especially in terms of COCTA, must be to the benefit of the people. And that means that we must be a catalyst and must be game changers to rescue South Africa. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kutse. May I call upon the Economic Freedom Fighters, Honorable Martinzel. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Acting Speaker, Chair. Let me acknowledge the role local government has in ensuring that there is the service delivery to our people. We must also acknowledge that with proper monitoring and evaluation, this can be a very critical tool to serve our people and to help our people receive services. But currently, the local government sphere has become a looting field and is utilized to empower ANC cadres. The toothless Department of COCTA has been silent when most of the municipalities fail to utilize conditional grants, more than 500 million in the Eastern Cape alone. The toothless department lacked appetite to act when Umhlonhlo municipality employed an MM irregularly. The same department has been silent when Alfred's district municipality spent 65 million in a period of 8 years on a fleet without a contract. The same municipality, which I can refer as Kwampunzi Dlemini, established a panel which the panel recommended a different candidate for corporate services manager. Without any hesitation, this municipality dissolved that panel because it didn't prefer their own preference, the preference of a certain couple. In Dabankulu last year, the Dabankulu municipality last year had the courage to employ an MM who is facing a fraud and corruption case, but the toothless or not so active MEC said nothing about that issue. In Matatiel municipality, a portfolio head of infrastructure received a tender from the same department he is presiding of 3.5 million, But our MEC did nothing about that. I don't want to comment further on, but let me just in passing, as our colleague from Democratic Alliance has entertained the most disgraced municipality called Inokim Gijima. That municipality that owes ESCOM more than $1 billion just on electricity. The same municipality doesn't have offices, is currently accommodated in a hospital. But let me define the type of a hospital that is accommodated on. Is a hospital that accommodates mentally challenged people. I do not know how ironic is this thing. They felt that they can be accommodated on an environment of mentally challenged people. Maybe they were hinting to us that there is a problem in their minds also. In the Eastern Cape, less than 5 out of 39 or 40 municipalities are receiving an audit outcome, unqualified audit outcome.
One minute left.
Oh, okay. In actual sense, in Eastern Cape accounts for at least 10.6 billion on irregular expenditure. 10.6. Makathule la mntu lo. You will soon account to us. You will be an employee soon. Yeah, you are demoted every day from MEC, MP to an ordinary employee. That's because you are pap. Okay. But for the purpose of this house, let me explain what is an irregular expenditure. For the purpose of understanding, irregular expenditure is an expenditure other than authorized expenditure incurred in a contravention or that is not in accordance with a requirement of any legislation, meaning they just spend
Your time
money
is
just
up.
from their own common sense. Thank you
Thank
very much.
May I call upon the Freedom Front Plus, Honorable Beck? Your 3 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair of Chairs. I will make up some time in this round. In a report by the department mid last year, 2023, the following executive posts were tabled. Deputy Director Generals 2, Chief Directors 7, Directors 41, Deputy Directors 119, Assistant Directors 145, totaling to 333 positions at director level. In the Eastern Cape, there are 31 local municipalities, 2 metros and 6 district municipalities. Of these, 5 municipalities are currently under administration. With this amount of directors in mind, why are so many municipalities falling apart? How did we derive at a time and a place where Eastern Cape municipalities owe ESCOM more than 2 billion rand? 18 of the 38 municipalities are in arrears with ESCOM. Chair of Chairs, colleagues, how will we fix this? I thank you.
Thank you very much. The African National Congress, Honorable Fene. Your 14 minutes starts now.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, Acting Premier, members of the Executive, members of the Provincial Legislature, our distinguished guests, I greet you all. Honorable Chair, as we table this report today, I'm filled with gratitude towards our people and esteemed liberation movement, the African National Congress, for entrusting me with the opportunity to serve the nation. It is an honor that I do not take it lightly, and I am committed to the tireless pursuit of bettering the lives of our people. Chair, it will be reckless if you are not paying our deepest condolences to those initiates that didn't make it through their hard road to manhood. As this government led by the African National Congress, we are committed and we are going to defeat whatever that is causing those death of innocent initiates. Legislation that is in place is there in ensuring that we are fighting so that in the next season we do not encounter that scourge. As our honorable MEC had led that fight, we believe that come the next season, we won't have the numbers. Our numbers will be zero. Honorable Chair, ANC-led government confronts the realities that shaped our nation and our province in particular. The apartheid legacy left huge spatial and structural deficiencies on both rural and urban areas, creating high level of poverty and stark inequalities in access to resources, infrastructure, and social services. In addressing that, ANC-led government has rolled out provision of infrastructure to the value of 1.3 billion in Dlambe local municipality, Krisani district municipality, Dr. Bayers Nodie, OR Tambo municipality, and this has added to many completed projects in addressing the shortages of water. In the challenge status quo of apartheid, the eradication of bucket system and pit latrines in various parts of the province has been implemented to the total of 1,971,714 sanitation types, which has been divided as follows: 959,188 flush toilets, 836,704 ventilation improvement toilets, 836,704 pit latrine toilets, 9,323 bucket toilets. ANC is working tirelessly to change the lives of the people for the better. Currently, provincial dam infrastructure shows an improvement of 79% capacity in order to address the scarcity of water. We cannot run away from the fact that there were laws that were controlling the influx of black to the urban areas. The apartheid legacy, high level of poverty in both rural and urban areas, as well as inequalities in access to resources, infrastructure, and social services. As Mahmoud Mamdani argued in his book, Citizen and Subject, the system of apartheid sought to create a society that subjugated our people in being subject to a colonial system of being subservient and not fully exercising their rights to be citizens in the country. I close quote. The ANC government has inherited an apartheid state that was unaccountable and not geared to serve the needs of the majority of these people, not running to the provincialization like other organizations when they are confronted with the problem, sought to shortcuts. ANC government, immoral and oppressive legal instruments through legislation, resolution and proclamations and ordinances play a key role in legitimizing systematic land possession and segregation in South Africa. All this has resulted in the backlog. As a result, the ANC-led government is facing a challenge of redress the imbalances of the past, including structural inequalities that are difficult to overcome. According to the African Indigenous Land Rights in a Private Ownership Paradigm, Volume 11, the post-apartheid regime has introduced various legal instruments related to land disposition and spatial segregation to ensure that by the time the advent of the new South Africa, about 17,000 statutory measures had been issued to segregate and control land division with 14 different land control systems in South Africa. Honorable Chair, State SA has indicated an improvement in terms of basic services, though we acknowledge that we are behind due to these backlogs. The percentage of households with access to an improved sources of water increased by about 4% points between 2002 and 2022, growing from 8.4% to 88.5%. The increases were particularly notable in the Eastern Cape, 13.7% points, and KwaZulu-Natal, 9.4%, although the percentage of households with access to piped water only increased by 2 percentage points between 2004 and 2022. This percentage represented an additional 5.6 million households that received piped water, considering the Eastern Cape is dominated by rural areas, which was designed to disadvantage black people. There are those people who are claiming that the apartheid has nothing to do with what we are currently confronted with. These are the realities that we are confronted with. They must wake up from their dreams. Through the provision and the efforts of the ANC-led government, the percentage of households with access to improved sanitation increased by 21.5% percentage points between 2002 and 2022, from 61.7% to 83.2%. The most improvement was noted here again in Eastern Cape, where the percentage of households with access to improved sanitation increased by 56.6% points to 90%, and Limpopo, in which access increased by 36.2% to 63%. The installation of big toilets with the ventilation pipes played an important part in achieving the large improvements. Household, it's a survey that was done in 2022. Honorable Speaker, ANC-led government introduced municipal debt relief owed to ESCOM, which is a crucial step towards addressing the financial and challenges faced by the municipalities. This debt release is a result of government commitment to support municipalities in dealing with its debt obligations and associated finance costs. The purpose of the debt relief was not to ensure debts were paid timelessly, but to free ESCOM resources to focus on ramping up maintenance and investing in new generational capacity. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair of Chairs, the flagship program of the sixth administration, the District Development Model, DDM, is making noticeable progress in being institutionalized access. The 3 spheres of government. It cannot be emphasized enough how DDM anchored in the Intergovernmental Relation Framework Act. It is critical for policy implementation, coherence, and impact maximization. Honorable Chair, the interventions taken at Inokjima municipality, as it has been the case in other municipalities that have been affected with similar challenges, have shown identifiable improvements, especially in that municipality, in areas of reducing infrastructure backlogs, implementation of integrated infrastructure plans through DDM, and improving performance monitoring strategy. Therefore, Chair, it can't be correct when people are making noise and arguing that these interventions, not interferences, intervention, because these 3 spheres of governments are interrelated, are interdependent. Therefore, we are making sure that we are doing our role to support them. In conclusion, for any meaningful development in the country and for the interest of good local governance,
public participation should be should be promoted to be a cornerstone for efficient, effective, and sustainable delivery of basic essential services. Let us continue working together in building our societies. Together, we can do more in changing the life of our people for the better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fen. Honorable, let me see a reply to the debate. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings again to members of the executive, the members of the House, the officials, distinguished guests in the gallery, and all those that have joined us in social media platforms. Honorable Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I must indicate that we are pleased to present these closing remarks in this debate. But we join our sister departments in sending a message of condolences on one of the astute civil servants that the democratic government has ever produced, Dr. Nuku and the family. And we also, within our own department, we would want to send a message of condolences to the Faku family, since we have lost Mr. Mkolisi Faku, who was the director for rapid response in our department and has left a gap in the department in terms of addressing people's concerns. Let me thank the Portfolio Committee for the excellent role they have played in the analysis and evaluation of the budget vote as part of the oversight on our department's performance. At this point, Honorable Speaker, I must hasten to say, ever since we've been attending the Portfolio Committee meetings, I have not seen the Mr. Matikizela as part of those Portfolio Committee meetings. And this indicates how he then dives for everything that happens in this world without any coherence. And he seems to be failing to conceptualize and appreciate the challenges that the Portfolio Committee has raised in relation to local government. And I think Honorable Feni has actually indicated with clarity of thought how he, as a member of that committee, understands local government in the Eastern Cape with quite a superior knowledge and logic. And I want to say here that as an academic, Dr. Knudse, I think we need to share notes, especially in relation to the so-called municipal interventions and takeover of the administration. Because research says, scientific research, out of 194, Section 139 intervention, complete takeover, zilch progress was made in those municipalities. And therefore, to come to this parliament without doing proper research is quite dangerous. We may be misleading the public. And so, those who understand local government would actually understand that intervention is not going to succeed because there are many academic papers that are written on how regionalism and nationalism trumps any intervention. And if we don't understand that, then we may have to discuss that and debate that in the committee.
The Enoch Mgijima municipality, indeed, we're working hard to ensure that that municipality is doing what it is supposed to do. You test that with the pulse of the people. The people of Enoch Mgijima stopped fighting. We were there ourselves directly. We were not told. We didn't read newspapers. We went there, we sat down, we resolved problems. The municipality currently, in terms of infrastructure grant, has performed 57% in December, which is historic in its performance. And I'm saying, therefore, to come and say without knowledge that that municipality is still failing, I would disagree vehemently with data to show that. Honorable members, despite the challenges we have faced, our department has been consistent in achieving clean audit reports. And this indicates that the ANC government is transparent, and nobody wants to say that. It signifies transparency and accountability and reliability in the management of public funds. It builds public confidence among stakeholders, taxpayers, and investors. We have supported municipalities, and I must indicate, without fear of contradiction, that in this province, it is historic that we introduced a risk-adjusted strategy 6 months ago. And this strategy was a response to failures of municipalities to spend infrastructure grants. And we therefore streamlined infrastructure expenditure and ensured that all municipalities perform better. As I speak here, out of 39 municipalities, except the 2 metros, our performance in terms of infrastructure spend is 61% in December 2023. And in the past 5 years, it has been ranging between 36 and 39%. No, not a single cent is going back to the national fiscus from the Eastern Cape municipalities. Siyandanda. If anyone would want to know Dr. Knutze, please call the Honorable Executive Mayor of Kocha Municipality. Ask him about the risk-adjusted strategy and what we're doing there. I don't get failures in attendance, even of Kocha Municipality, because they know the value add we're giving. And I attend those meetings directly. Ask the mayor, he will tell you. I have his phone number.
2 minutes left.
I must indicate that sewer spillages, in fact, have created health hazard, especially in Kocha. And I'm not talking this out of ubugagu obufana nobaka Honorable Matikizela. I'm talking of out of pragmatic knowledge and understanding, walking the streets, they're suffering what the people suffer with sewer blockages. And the Department of Health, Honorable MEC Meth, indicated the increase of TB in Kocha municipality. And I'm saying these things, when we howl and talk here, it's as if they are true, but the contrary is actually true. To illustrate all these, our statesman, Comrade Nelson Mandela, said, "I have walked a long road to freedom. I have tried not to falter. I have made missteps along the way, but I have discovered the secret that after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are more hills to climb. I have taken a moment here to rest, to steal a view of the glorious vista that surrounds me, to look back on the distance. I have come, but I can rest only for a moment, for with freedom come responsibilities, and I dare not linger, for my long walk is not yet ended." And I'm saying the first phase of the risk-adjusted
time is
strategy
up, Honorable.
and non-negotiables is the risk-adjusted strategy. We're going to service delivery directly. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I put the report. Any objection? I will ask the secretary to read the 8th order of the day.
Consideration of the reports of the Portfolio Committee on Rural Development and Agrarian Reform on the annual and financial oversight reports.
Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Dr. Besson. Your 10 minutes starts now to present the report.
Greetings to you, Chair of Chairs, Deputy Speaker, Acting Premier, and his Executive Council, Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Greetings to all the protocols that have already been established here today. First and foremost, COC, Honorable COC, I'm presenting annual report and half financial year of Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform. However, in the near future, I should think minutes should be allocated, should be determined by the number of programs. This Dr. Da comprises of 8 programs. Let me zoom into program 1. Findings. There is a huge vacancy rate in both highly skilled production level and highly skilled supervision level at 46.7% and 31.8% respectively. B, the department is faced with a high staff turnover. C, the program has overspent on its projections of 243 million by 2.9 million, and this can be attributed to poor planning and budgeting recommendations. A detailed report on the reason for the prolonged recruitment process, as well as plan to fast track, it must be submitted to the committee within 30 days. B, the department must within 30 days submit to the committee the mechanism to mitigate this challenge. C, the department must within 30 days submit remedial action to prevent this anticipated over expenditure at the end of the financial year. Furthermore, spending trends should be cautiously monitored to avoid over expenditure. Program 2, Sustainable Resource Use and Management. Finding A, the department is projecting to underspend in all sub-programs, resulting in total overall under expenditure estimated at 3.4 million at the end of the financial year. B, the department has underperformed on the target number of actual infrastructure projects established due to protracted procurement procedures, defaulting of contractors, and financial constraints. Out of 33 projects, only 13 were achieved, and this has led to under expenditure amounting to 6.7 million. C, there is a correlation between target setting, performance, and budgeting. The land care sub-program has overperformed its performance indicators, but has incurred under expenditure. Recommendations. The department must within 30 days submit to the committee a remedial plan to prevent this anticipated under expenditure at the end of the financial year. B, a turnaround plan to address this underperformance as well as the anticipated under expenditure must be submitted to the committee within 30 days. C, the spending trends must be closely monitored to ensure that there is an alignment between target setting, performance, and budgeting, so as to avoid this over-performance and under-expenditure. Program 3, finding A, stock theft is rife, especially in the rural areas, and the removal of livestock from one place to another is not properly regulated. The delays in the completion of procurement processes has resulted in the underperformance on a number of hectares planted for production of field crops and also contributed to the late delivery of inputs. Recommendations. Department must expedite the process of standardization the livestock removal licenses in order to minimize stock theft. The department must submit to the committee a recovery plan to address this challenge, given the fact that plowing is seasonal. Program 4, we didn't have material findings in Program 4. Program 5, finding A, there is a concern that the soil sample analysis results are taking a long time. B, there is a concern that the department is not proactive, and this is based on the fact that there is no clear plan for research trials, specifically on fodder production, since we are ordering fodder from other provinces. Recommendations. The department must improve and speed up the process. B, the department is advised to be proactive and develop clear plan for research trials on fodder production. Program 6, finding A, the delays in the finalization of CAS business plan contributed to the less number of clients which were supposed with production economic services. Recommendation, the department must within 30 days submit to the committee a plan on how this challenge will be addressed before the end of the financial year. Program 7, finding A, the staff shortages in skills development component has led to less number of participants trained on skills development programs and also resulted to a few number of farm workers completed accredited and non-accredited courses. Recommendations, the department must within 30 days submit to the committee an action plan with timeframes on how the challenge of skills development personnel will be addressed. Last program, Program 8. Finding A, the under expenditure on goods and services is a concern, and this can result to budget cuts. Recommendation A plan on how the expenditure on goods and services will be improved must be submitted to the committee within 30 days. Honorable Chair of Chairs, let me move now to the half-year financials. As we know very well that each and every function is supposed to be followed by the budget. General findings. Delays in the filling of vacant posts due to length in the recruitment process has resulted in under expenditure in almost all the programs. Lack of scientific analysis when planning is a concern, and this negatively affects the setting of targets and performance. C, quality assurance is not properly done on the document submitted to the committee. Repeated findings are still a challenge, and they can be attributed to the non-implementation of the House resolutions. E, the department obtained a clean audit opinion in the year under review. Congratulations to the Honorable MEC and the entire management of Dr. Da. Ndingatsho ndithi kumanyawuza izigodlwana zemazi endala zingalala endleleni azinikunyembelekile uba sinamona masimqhobele.
1 minute left.
1 minute left. General findings, general recommendations. Filling of vacant posts must be prioritized. A plan to fast track the process must be submitted to the committee within 30 days. However, Honorable Chair of Chairs, all the recommendations are to be responded within 30 days after the adoption of this report in terms of the rules of the House, Rule 203. In conclusion, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee would like to thank the Provincial Department of Rural Development, specifically the MEC and her entire management, entities, the committee members, and support staff for their cooperation and assistance during the consideration of this annual report. Ndiyabulela mhlanga phambili. Anabela Mathunzi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. That brings us to the debate of the report of the Portfolio Committee. And the first political party to take to the podium is the Democratic Alliance. Honorable Zwanda, your 9 minutes starts now.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Acting Premier, members, guests, good afternoon. The Financial Oversight Report and Annual Report of the Department highlights many positive gains which have been made in the Department, but also highlights challenges with which the 7th Administration will have to focus on overcoming. The Department plays a key role in the economy of the province, the Eastern Cape, which has always been known as the breadbasket of the country, with its fertile soil and favorable climate, has injected within the gross income of the Eastern Cape 29 billion. Animal products were the highest contributor, contributing 57%, which is equating to 16 billion. I highlight this sector of our department as a possible game changer if more support from the provincial government is given. The people of the Eastern Cape are not new to animal production. We've been farming animals for generations. The growth in demand increasing by 4.7% demonstrates that the industry has untapped potential for further growth. I strongly believe that the department can contribute more to the fight against unemployment, especially youth unemployment, if reforms are undertaken in the department. A growth of 3,000 jobs, moving the total number of people employed in the sector from 100,000 to 103,000 in the year is commendable, but we must create jobs in this sector more and at a faster rate if we seek to meet our Provincial Development Plan 2030 targets. Honorable Chair of Chairs, how we unlock the potential of this department by collaborating with private sector in a manner that seeks to bridge the gaps rather than burn them. Farmers require support. During the year under review, we faced floods, which caused destruction over the eastern part of our province. How we react as a government to support such farmers can either see a farmer emerging through a difficult period or collapse under the demands. Some of our small towns, which are built around mainly agriculture as the main employer of locals, have turned into ghost towns, as emerging and commercial farmers battle dysfunctional municipalities in their plea for basic service delivery. Irregular water and electricity supply caused by aging infrastructure has forced farmers who have the means to install expensive solar energy and boreholes to circumvent the failures of the government. The South African Human Rights Commission, following its investigation into the state of food security in the province, found that a substantial percentage of children in the Eastern Cape are suffering from various forms of malnutrition. With the rise in cost of living, specifically the cost of food, this department plays an essential role in ensuring that food is available for those in need. Load shedding has affected farming adversely in this province, but Dr. Dar has done no significant work to cushion the sector against the devastating effects of load shedding. The neighboring province, the Western Cape, has made some bold announcements to mitigate the effects of load shedding on agriculture. This is evidence that the DA can indeed rescue South Africa. The department, Honorable Chair of Chairs, that is the department, Honorable Chair of Chairs, admits that attracting suitable candidates in the agricultural engineering sector remains a deep challenge for the department. I support the call for the department to develop innovative recruitment methods, which we need more experts to assist and come up with innovative solutions to the plethora of challenges faced by the sector. Engineers within the agricultural sector will begin showing interest in the Eastern Cape when the provincial government takes proactive measures in dealing with our ports for export market. The delays experienced by both commercial and emerging farmers have a crippling impact on the value on the value chain of the market. The majority of the products bound for export market are fresh produce. The department, working with other stakeholders, must meet farmers halfway on this unnecessary bottleneck. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the department only managed to develop 53 farm management plans. These plans are critical to see emerging farmers, many of whom move from being subsistence farmers to commercial farmers. The farm management plans are vital to avoid situations such as what we have seen taking place at Magwa and Majola Tea Estate. An estate which was expected to average process 15,000 kgs of leaves, now only processing 5,000 kgs. We draw to a close of the sixth administration with the promise to stabilize the estate and turn it into a profitable estate, still unmet. The snail's pace in developments concerning cannabis regulation reforms within the national government has left many indigenous growers in limbo for the whole term. This industry can support the creation of hundreds of jobs and add positively to the GDP and growth of the province. Honorable Chair of Chairs, youth intervention in farming, especially female youth, needs to be supported to charter a new generation of farmers. This new generation of farmers must strive to unlock additional opportunities and deepen its established markets. What role is the department playing in teaching interested youth about Angora goat farming, macadamia nut farming, citrus fruits, and aquaculture farming? Honorable Speaker, the ECRDA is the biggest problem faced by this department. During our interaction with the department, I even asked the MEC if she thinks we are getting anything in return from what we invest on ECRDA. Honestly, the agency is a liability to this province. The report has listed the problems of this department, and I fully agree with the finding. The DA welcomes the recent proclamation by the President, giving the SIU green light to investigate maladministration allegations in the affairs of the entity and recover financial losses. The DA calls for the complete overhaul of the entity. The department must go back to the drawing board and reevaluate the function of the entity. This should be done to give the people of our province a better chance to thrive in food production and improve their fortunes. In conclusion, Honorable Chair of Chairs, I believe that we have only scratched the top of the economic spin-off which may be possible under agriculture. The DA has a plan to rescue agriculture in this province and improve the fortunes that lie untapped in the sector. The DA supports the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sibonda. Honorable Zebula. EFF, okay. We call upon the African National Congress, Honorable Dalanga, to take to the podium. Your 14 minutes starts now.
Honorable Chair of Chairs and all the members present here today, it's an honor to debate on behalf of ANC. We first want to say to Bafana, continue to fight and push to bring it back at home. A history has already been made, but there has never been any goalkeeper who has saved 4 penalties. It's either is AFCON, it's either is World Cup, it's Euro or Copa America. But our Williams have saved 4 penalties and marshaled Bafana to the semi-finals. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the ANC, the oldest liberation movement in our country, celebrated its 112th birthday and declared 2024 as a year of decisive action to advance the people's interests and renew our movement. And when we renew our movement, we also have a responsibility to defeat our oppositions. You are not only the 112th birthday, but also 30 years since democratic breakthrough. The older generation has fought for one man, one vote, and defeated apartheid. As the current generation will never be defeated by any opposition in this country. We can't be defeated by Vaughan. We can't be defeated by Matigizela. We can't be defeated by anyone because we are an organization representing the interests of the people. And we're not afraid on propaganda to speak about. It means nothing to us. Honorable Chair of Chairs, farming does not take place in the air, but all its activities, almost 95%, take place on the land. Therefore, the very critical question...
Honorable Dlalanga, your time is saved. Honorable members, don't drown the speaker. Thank you very much. You can continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Therefore, the land is very critical for farming. The final question that we must always preoccupy ourselves is who owns the land in our country. Since 1913, the land question in South Africa has resolved around the major inequalities in access to and rights over land between the black majority and the white minority of the population, and how these disparities should be best understood and overcome. And the roots of this inequality are commonly traced back to the promulgation of the Native Land Act in June 1930, which provided the legal framework for the subsequent division of the country into a relatively prosperous white heartland and a cluster of increasingly impoverished black reserves on the periphery. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the legacy of the Native Land Act still haunts us. Hence, even today, we speak of commercial farmers and smallholders. And there's even no need to ask a question, who constitute commercial farmers and who constitute smallholder farmers? The writing is on the wall. for everybody to see. And those who come here and debate on this prestigious house represent their class interests. For that matter, they are the stooges of the monopoly capital. Masquerading is a genuine voice to raise their interest. They behave like a jukebox type of, when you ufaka imali uzobona, you put your R2, the music plays. Chair of chairs, when we speak of sustainable radical land reform, we as the ANC were proud to have a new expropriation bill of 2020, which is undergoing parliamentary processes. And the passing of this legislature will usher a new era for sustainable and radical land reform in addressing the land question. Mawubuye umhlaba wethu. The report presented by the chairperson of the committee is very clear. His findings are very clear. And his recommendations are very clear of what needs to be done. And we commend the department on achieving a clean audit. We note the performance of its agents, SRD, but as the ANC was still adamant that the objectives that SRDA was formed are still relevant. But what we call for on SRDA is a change of heart and change of attitude, so that as to avoid being the weakest link on our agenda of good governance. On the 29th of September 2023, the premier of this province, Oscar Babalo Soweto Mabuyane, addressing the third Eastern Cape Provincial Investment Conference, remarked, I quote, "We started our bold drive to promote the Eastern Cape as a compelling investment destination in the winter of 2019, when we assumed office as the 6th administration," close quote. Honorable members, it must be noted that sectors like agriculture and ocean economy are among the sectors that are contributing actively on the growth of our GDP and the growth of our economy in this province. Agriculture is a game changer. Indeed, agriculture is a game changer. Even those who can't see, they know the reality, that indeed there is a work being done. And this report that you are being presented here shows that indeed this is a game changer. But it's important to always understand that agriculture and the year during the COVID period was a tricky one that has to be carefully navigated. And when you do so, you don't need populism. You need people who understand what is it that should be done in order to make sure that we consolidate and recover our economy. And we can confirm here that agriculture as a game changer has particularly for exports, including easing of inputs costs, has shown that indeed there is an improvement. The ITC Agri-Business Confidence Index rebounded by 6 points to reach 50-point mark in the third quarter, after having been remained below 50% mark for 3 consecutive quarters. Various sectors, such as wheat, soya beans, and maize, are on track to produce the second largest harvest on record. And the majority of the maize, the soya, and the wheat come from this province of the home of the legends, not a manga Western Cape. Fortunately, even El Nino is expected to have a less of impact than initially feared on agricultural conditions in terms of rainfall due to improved soil moisture from past rainy seasons. We are a province with the highest livestock in our country. We are a province with the highest livestock in our country. We are the meat producers in this country. We are feeding this nation. We feed Western Cape, we feed Limpopo, we feed Free State, we feed Gauteng, we feed KwaZulu-Natal, we feed Mpumalanga, we feed Limpopo. Not a manga Western Cape. The only problem of the stooges of the Western Cape are here. Their duty is to come here and say, no, there is nothing is being done. Nothing is being done because they don't want to see what we see. They want to believe what they believe because they believe so. But as the ANC, we are mindful that the weakness is on the value chain. If we can process our meat in our province, our GDP and even our economy can grow. And we are mindful and aware that there are plans in place as presented in the policy speech by the MEC, that indeed there are plans to have meat processing in our province. Moving towards closure. Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Koto, you might not understand that farming is a science, that agriculture is a science. A term is difficult to recognize the language of farming. What we must know is that, like people don't eat a cow or an ox, they eat a beef. That's the language of agriculture. People don't eat a pig or a piglet, they eat a pork or a bacon. People don't eat a sheep or an ewes. People eat mutton or a lamb. The ANC support the report. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlalanga. I call upon the Honorable MSc, Honorable members. Can we just be orderly? Can I call upon the Honorable MSc to reply to the debate? Honorable Peters, MSc of Dr. Da, your 10 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Acting Premier and MECs present here, and the Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and the Honorable members of this august House, all HODs, DG, and all support staff from the House, distinguished guests. Molweni, good afternoon, goeiemiddag almal. Honorable Chair of Chairs, we are deeply saddened by the passing of His Excellency, Dr. Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, in the early hours of Sunday, 4th of February 2024. We join our President and the peoples of Africa in extending our deepest condolences to his family, all the people of Namibia and members of SWAPO. President of Namibia played a vital role in the liberation of the people of Namibia from colonialism and apartheid. He was also greatly influential in the solidarity that the people of Namibia extended to the people of South Africa so that we could be free. In mourning his passing, we today recall revolutionary songs such as Yiswa pe Namibia, Yifrelime Mozambique, ANC South Africa, Aluta continua. May his soul rest in peace indeed.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, I would like to take this opportunity and sincerely thank honorable members of the Portfolio Committee for their support and guidance at all times. We also wish to thank members of this august house for their contribution towards the achievements of the sector. Their critique during debates make us grow and be able to close whatever gaps we identify in delivering services to our people. Their advices might sound harsh, but as a department, they inspire us to do more. So, nisibekela amatye obheka phezulu. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the department has maintained audit opinion as we have once more received a clean audit opinion. Words of appreciation go to all our employees for the great work performed, especially those at the coalface of service delivery. We also wish to thank our strategic partners for the support. The ECRDA, though, has regressed and received a disclaimer as opposed to the previous unqualified audit opinion. In this respect, we committed to take a turn for the better by implementing the audit intervention plan. Indeed, the agency is monitored on quarterly basis to ensure that all the internal controls are strengthened and improved for better audit outcomes and also for service delivery. On sustainable resource use and management, the department notes the recommendations and a comprehensive report will be submitted formally to the legislature. We're also noting a need to improve planning that will enable us to set realistic performance targets. The implementation of conservation agriculture, which is a shift from the traditional conventional agriculture, is intended as a demonstration to drive the adoption of the technology. On food security, the household food security is critical in addressing poverty and malnutrition. The focus is to maximize production of major staple food crops to ensure access to affordable and nutritious food to all the people of the province. I have noted the recommendations on social facilitation, livestock and dipping tanks. Those will be responded to within the stipulated time. On veterinary services as well as research and technology development, we will continue to strive to mitigate disease outbreaks and the effects of climate change throughout the province. Furthermore, we are increasing our initiative on climate smart agriculture through collaborations with universities and research institutions such as the Agriculture Research Council. In as far as agriculture education and training are concerned, we have always been mindful of the low levels of the employability of graduates. As a response to this, we are implementing graduate incubation programs. These programs include a 2-year graduate placement program with a stipend, which is on its third leg of implementation, with 260 graduates having been part of the program. The program seeks to improve agri-entrepreneurship on graduates within the various commodities in the agricultural value chain. A total of 80 unemployed agricultural graduates will be enrolled at Fort Cox Incubation Program to be equipped on the entrepreneurship. In addition, Tsolo Agriculture and Rural Development Institute, ITADI, has collaborated with Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO of the United Nations, to capacitate 35 animal health diploma holders to be in a position where they can run their own businesses as para-veterinarians. Honorable Chair of Chairs, on rural development, we note the recommendations and will respond as such. Similarly, on matters relating to the Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency, ECRDA as well as Magwa and Majola, we are taking the findings of the committee seriously and we are committed to addressing the issues raised. But we cannot say nothing has been done in Majola, in Magwa and Majola. Work has been done and we are improving on daily basis. And also, you can't talk as if here the land does not belong to white people. A majority of that belongs to DA and Freedom Front Plus. People that have stolen the land from the people of this country. And also who are abusing workers, and then they say the DA have an audacity to come here and say they have a plan for agriculture. Honorable Chair of Chairs, as I conclude, 30 years ago, life was gloomy and there was no hope that the Republic of South Africa would change for the better, that lives of our people would improve to a greater extent as they have. We have seen many political parties emerging for various reasons they advance, amongst all of them, including the ones that are a product of the apartheid government. There is not a single one that can convince our people that today is not better than yesterday. It is a fact that a great work has been tremendously and adequately performed. And if today is better than yesterday, it stands to reason that tomorrow will be better than today. Whereas even today is much better. As we celebrate the 30 years, it is an undeniable and uncontested truth that we have a reason to celebrate, especially given the shift from atrocities of colonial and apartheid government to where we are as a country and its people. Whilst the political parties will be making all sorts of allegations, our people with whom we signed a contract with will be ticking the box, confirming that they indeed can see change as we will move forward objectively towards further developments and change. The prophets of doom will be lingering while trapped into shameless and nothingness. The African National Congress will be marching with all South Africans. Kusiwa kwilizwe ledinga. We do not mind the noise that is made by all opposition parties trying to deter us from our focus, because we know for certain that it is normal in any democracy that we have made it conducive as the African National Congress-led government for such noise to occur. It is a fact, however, that the ANC sacrificed ngeba akukhonyi no more for today. Hence, we understand that life without them would be boring. We therefore enjoy to be opposed. Dinixelele ke on Spieveni. We shall march with all our people to victory so that tomorrow are able to celebrate another 30 years of democracy and continue to say today is better than yesterday and tomorrow will be much better than today. We learn and will continue to learn from our mistakes and improve whilst continue to bring change to our people. The reality is there is no party in the Republic that can be able to lead our people to a promised land. It is only and only the African National Congress, ithambo lenyoka lihlabela imzondayo, that has an ability and capacity to govern this country. The African National Congress is the hope of our people, not only in the Republic, but in the continent and the world. We shall not rest until the world becomes a better place. In this regard, we want to extend our appreciation to the leadership of our government as led by our President, His Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, for the victory of the people of Palestine and all the peoples of the world who are fighting for justice at the International Court of Justice. The fight is not over, as we will be celebrating another victory soon, as the evidence on the matter of genocide by apartheid government of Israel is glaring. Even the American people bear testimony to this, as Christopher Hedges, an American journalist on assignment in Gaza, writes, open quotes, children have been shot in other conflicts I have covered, but never before have I watched as soldiers enticed children like mice into trap and murder them for sport. Close quote. In one of his reports titled The Death of Israel, he further writes, a racist apartheid state that engages in genocide and ethnic cleansing is digging its own grave and will eventually collapse, close quote, just like the government of the Western Cape is like Israel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Embassy. I put the report.
Agree.
Any objection? I will ask the speaker, the secretary to read the next order of the day, the ninth order of the day. Thank you.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism on annual and financial oversight reports.
Thank you very much. Honorable Damas, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, your 10 minutes starts now.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, I will follow the established protocol as outlined at the beginning of the meeting to try to save time. In the two reports, I will only read out all the recommendations in relation to the annual report, and I will presume the financial oversight as read because of the challenges of time. Looking at program 1, here are the following recommendations because I'm only going to read out recommendations for the annual report. 1, the committee commends the department for attaining clean audit for the second time in a row. The committee further encourages the department to sustain the feat. 2, the department must submit a plan for improving the attainment of its performance objectives. 3, the department must submit the plan for finalizing its IT initiatives and improving its support to the IT department. 4, the department must submit a report on the completion of the PMDS process with consequence management steps taken to cure transactions found. For program 2, which is economic development, we have the following recommendations. We are going to read out only 4 out of 6. 1, the department must submit a report on its failure to meet its targets on the reviewal of the provincial economic development strategy and the local and regional economic development. 2, the department must submit a report and plans to prevent under-expenditure. 3, the department must submit a progress report on the appointment of ECDC as an implementing agent for the informal business support program. 4, the department must submit a progress report on the change of Wild Coast SEZ designation from industrial park to special economic zone. On program 3, which is environmental affairs, we are going to read out 4 recommendations out of 6. 1, the department must submit a report on the gazetting of the integrated waste management plan as well as its recycling strategy. 2, the department must submit a report that addresses the variance in the budget expenditure and the attainment of predetermined objectives. 3, the department must submit a report of the cases referred to the Directorate for Public Prosecutions in relation to failure to manage landfill sites. 4, the department must submit a plan for addressing the high staff turnover rate. On public entities, we start with the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency, ECPTA. We are going to read out only 4 recommendations out of 6. 1, the entity must submit consequence management reports on irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. 2, the entity must submit a plan for the prevention of rhino poaching. Number 3, the ECPTA must submit a report on the request for rollover funding and its implementation. Finally, the entity must submit a plan for addressing the vacancy rate. The second entity is Kuha Development Corporation. We are going to read out 4 recommendations out of 5. 1, the entity is commended for dealing decisively with a case. Number 2, the entity, as much as it displays commendable performance, is encouraged to up their focus on youth and women enterprises. 2, the entity must report on the financing of the energy plan, its implementation, and anticipated completion date. 4, the department must engage the provincial treasury on the Kuha Development Corporation funding and submit a report on steps undertaken to deal with the funding shortfall. The third entity is East London ITZ. Recommendations will read out 2 out of 3. 1, the entity must submit a plan for funding its catalytic projects. 2, the East London ITZ must submit a report on the implementation of renewable energy projects. The fourth entity is Eastern Cape Development Corporation. We read out 2 out of 4. The ECDC must present a plan for addressing the illegal occupation and how it will generate revenue in impacted properties. 2, the entity must submit a plan for filling executive management roles with a focus on senior management equity. The fifth entity is Eastern Cape Gambling Board. Recommendations are as follows. 1, the DDIT must submit a report on the 0 rating of sport betting and the proposed legislative review process. Finally, the entity must submit a report on the filling of vacant positions, including plans to employ people living with disabilities. Then on the Eastern Cape Liquor Board, we looked at the following recommendations, 3 out of 6 that we're going to read. The entity must submit a plan on how it will modernize its liquor licensing system. 2, the Eastern Cape Liquor Board must submit a report on the cases referred to the criminal justice system for running licensed liquor stores. Thirdly, the entity must present a plan for improving ward councillor capacity building and community consultations in relation to liquor license applications. On the general recommendations, we will read out 2 out of 4. 1, the department must be encouraged to lend broad support to ECDC's leadership and fund its objectives. 2, the department must submit an SEZ funding plan and a report on the finalization of the SEZ regulations. In conclusion, Honorable Chair of Chairs, we would like to thank the members of the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism. We would also like to thank the department under the stewardship of the MEC with his executive management and everybody else, including our support staff that have participated positively to the attainment of this report. We therefore present the 2 reports for adoption by this August House. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, to yourself and your Portfolio Committee. That brings us to the debate of the report by political parties. And the first one is Democratic Alliance, Honorable Kruger. You can take to the podium and your 9 minutes starts now. Your 9 minutes starts now, yeah.
Honourable Chair of Chairs, Honourable Acting Premier, all protocols observed. Chair, DDEET constitutes 3 vast and very important competencies which play a vital role in the economic development of our communities and of our province. These being economic development, environmental affairs and tourism. Let me start firstly by congratulating the department on its second clean audit. The attainment of such an outcome must always be commended. However, the present situation of deep poverty, unemployment, and inequality in the Eastern Cape is unacceptable and unsustainable. Our country is in the midst of stagnant growth and spiraling unemployment, all while businesses are constrained by load shedding and infrastructure collapse. Voorsitter, die Oos-Kaapse uitgebreide werkloosheidssyfer staan tans op 'n verbuisterende 43,3% met 'n jeugwerkloosheidskoers van 52,4%, een van die hoogste ter wêreld. Daarteenoor het die DA-geleide Wes-Kaap die laagste uitgebreide werkloosheidssyfer in die land op 25,3%. Hierdie tikkende tydbom vereis dapper optrede en ingrypings om ons provinsie uit die woestyn van ekonomiese wanhoop en terug op die pad van groei en voorspoed te bring. Chair, in terms of the department's administrative program, it is concerning that the department is still without a consolidated head office present. The delays in this construction project are utterly unacceptable and drastic intervention is required. The annual report has highlighted that the DDEET's support of its information technology department is inadequate, resulting in delayed project implementation, including its IT strategic review. Furthermore, DDEET's performance management and development system processes are incomplete due to non-submission by some senior management service members. This is simply unacceptable and consequence management must be instituted. Chair, in terms of the economic development program, the department has underachieved on a number of its targets, namely the number of policies reviewed, the number of socio-economic intelligence reports produced, and the number of qualifying economic development projects funded at local and regional levels. The fact is that much more must be done to reignite our provincial economy. Yet, statements by this government to review the policy and regulatory framework for the industrial hemp and cannabis to realize the huge potential for investment and job creation appears to have been empty rhetoric. An industry which could be an economic injection to this province continues to flounder amid policy uncertainty. And then, the much-awaited commitment to migrate the fuel tanks and the manganese exports from the port of Port Elizabeth to the port of Ngqura appears to continue going nowhere slowly. The private sector continues to inject into the economy of the province and must be commended for their resilience, despite an often inhospitable operating environment. The importance of the automotive industry in the Eastern Cape cannot be understated, noting that VW and Ford have expressed concern over the viability of local operations with the EU deadline of electric vehicles in 2030 looming over their heads. It may be that the recently released South African white paper on electric vehicles is too little too late. The DA has on several occasions questioned this government about what measures it intends to take to reassure the automotive industry amidst volatile policy uncertainty, but to no avail. We urge this government not to sit back and hope for the best, but to put measures in place to ensure a seamless and expedited transition to the production of electric vehicles for the auto giants in this province. Failure to do so would be a disastrous economic blow to our province. The Eastern Cape should take heed of the Western Cape's bold Growth for Jobs plan, which understands that it is the private sector that creates jobs, while the role of government is to enable this by making it as easy as possible to do business in the province. The Western Cape will be doing this by ensuring that the private sector has access to energy, water, infrastructure, skills, and technology that they need to grow and to succeed. Environmental affairs appears to be the orphan of DDEET. Compliance and enforcement has had its budget reduced from 3.6 million 3 years ago to little over 700,000 for the period under review. This has profoundly affected its operations, and the direct result being...
Just hold on. I've actually paused your time. Honourable members, let's remember that it's his maiden speech. So I think we have been quiet for quite some time. Let's continue to be quiet up until he complete, and he's got additional minutes to his speech. So can we just be quiet? Thank you.
Much appreciated, Chair. The result of this budget cuts to environmental affairs, compliance and enforcement has been that the program has underachieved on many of its targets, and the province has seen a surge in the poaching of plant and animal life, a shocking indictment. The Western Cape Environmental Affairs Department continues to be a trailblazer, scoring well above 100% on its performance indicators and making good progress with their provincial roadmap to becoming carbon neutral and combating the effects of climate change. Perhaps our province should take some lessons. According to SA Tourism, there were 3.7 million domestic arrivals in our province, contributing 7.1 billion direct spend into our provincial economy. This department is tasked with creating an environment that is conducive to welcoming tourists from around the world. The Eastern Cape has much untapped potential in the tourism industry, yet the department is failing to even scratch the surface. It has been reported by the department the average occupancy rate for 2023 for all of the Eastern Cape's Parks and Tourism Authority Reserve is only about 27%, with some provincial parks reflecting a 0% occupancy rate. It is unacceptable for this province to lose out on potential income of millions of rands, while the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Authority fails to spend a staggering 116 million rand in conditional grants. Another example of this fumbling is the Blowkrans River Pass, where in 2017 rainstorms damaged this pass, resulting in the closure of this major tourist route. On the Eastern Cape side of the pass, no steps have been taken to repair and reopen this road. The picture is far more rosy on the Western Cape side, where repairs have been completed and the road has been reopened. The closure of the iconic Mazeppa Bay Hotel, largely due to the almost total collapse of the road infrastructure to the hotel and the subsequent loss of dozens of jobs, is just another example of how this government is failing the tourism industry in some of the most impoverished parts of our province. The success of tourism in a province relies on a collaborative effort with other departments. And going forward, the department needs to ensure that it liaises with these departments in an effort to increase tourism in our province. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Crook. May I call the Economic Freedom Fighters, Honorable Matigazela? Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker and Chair. Our task is very simple, is to write on what the Chair has already submitted in this House. One of the most critical things that we want to acknowledge is that of the failure of the department to submit the economic growth plan, the program in relation to economic growth plan. Our expectation on this one would definitely be to say, for the next few years, this is how the department seeks to grow the economy of the province. And that plan, in our expectation, would definitely be linked to the municipalities, because the LEDs of the municipalities are direct connection between the government and the people. But unfortunately, our department has failed dismally to submit the program or the plan that seeks to encourage economic activity in our province. But however, it goes further than that, the departmental entities continue to receive irregular and fruitless expenditures, which is also the case with the agencies of the municipalities, as you have seen in the recent report of the media. It is our expectation that the department should give the people of the Eastern Cape a hope or an inspiration that would seek to encourage them in participating in business activities, and also by participating on economic activities, they would establish cooperatives, SMEs, or any other trading forms. But unfortunately, the environment, according to our analysis, is not conducive enough for that to happen. Instead, whenever there are plans that are established, like Isiqalo Youth Fund, is often for the benefit of certain young people of a certain political party. All those things will continue to derail the economic activity of the Eastern Cape. With this submission, I want to say we expect nothing from this department. We want to put it clearly that there is no potential from the department to grow the economy of the Eastern Cape. Therefore, we reject the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matigazela. May I call upon the Freedom Front? Plus, Honorable Berger. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Chair of Chairs, and good evening. All protocol observed once again. Chair, excuse me, but I feel the need to remind the House that when you stand here in your speech that you are on the oath, and I would really like people, honorable people, to think twice about what they say from the podium. Chair, it also saddens me that some people today chose to commit cheap political rhetoric instead of replying to issues in reports. My speech and the deed will be short and sweet. Chair, the Freedom Front Plus wants to congratulate the deed for the investigating of municipalities that failed to manage their landfill sites within the parameters of the Act. We are glad to know that the deed referred some of them to the Director of Public Prosecutions. The Freedom Front Plus will follow this closely. Acting Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus plea with the department to clamp down on scrap metal dealers that is not licensed under the National Environmental Waste Management Act. These businesses are most often the reason for a number of social ills and crime, and the easiest way to deal with them is through NEMWA. Lastly, Acting Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus plea with the department to champion and facilitate the use of combustible waste to generate electricity in the future. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Becker. African National Congress, Honorable Fihlane, can you take to the podium? Your 14 minutes start now.
Thank you, Chair of Committees, who's also the presidium of today. Babe ndinota lapha ekuqaleni njengoba abantu bethetha ke sihlalo usihlalo. Mhlambi ke masiqale ngokuthi nathi sithi uNtusi ahambe kakuhle uze thethele ezantsi. Xolo. So ndithi ke masiqale ngelithi ahambe kakuhle uNtusi u-HOD lo wakwa-education oyisebenzele ngendlela urhulumente wethu de abuye seye kwixesha lakhe lokuphumla ahlale nabazukulwana kodwa kubuye ke sibe sithi ngexesha lakhe sibe sikwazile ukufumana eli nani ke libizwa apha over 80% yezi results. Honorable MEC Williams, who's the acting premier today, leader of government business, executive council members, Honorable Chief Whip, honorable members, mama neteam yakho ngathi nguwe apha. Mhlambi ke uba basekhona ngaba tshixayo ngosapha phezulu. Siyanibulisa nani bethu nani. Sibulise wonke umuntu nababukeleyo emakhaya. Siyababulisa ngalo lithuba. Ndicinga ba also, we must also convey adding our voice to the members who have done so, to the ekushiwa kwethu ngupresident lo waseNamibia, uDada uHage Gaybo. Biza kakuhle. And also, yes, and also, we appreciate uba immediately, she is an 82-year-old. Le age debate ke that's something else ke izinkokheli zam. It's an 82-year-old and emva kokuba sishiyile kuye kwaswera in umama wokuqala ukuphatha pha as a president. We really appreciate loo nto. Umama uNangolo Mbumba. So as the speaker was a speaker, so as we speak now, we also know in Namibia we do have umama okhokeleyo as a president in the Southern Africa because we do have our own challenges, but kungcono ke kuyakuba ngcono ngoku in the Southern African region. Sisitsho ke kuba ngoba those Namibians as umama uPeters etshilo, those are our counterparts. We fought side by side. Sisilwa ne-apartheid, besilwa nama-German in that area. I'm not going to go deep down there. Honorable Chair of Chairs, we say as African National Congress, we still remain resolute in supporting the call for the Palestinians. As Chief Whip in the morning acknowledged in the statement that the ICC ruling that ruled in our favor and other members who came here, like Honorable Nkomonyi and other members who touched on this issue, that as long as Palestinians are not free, we can never be free, from river to the sea. We also, as African National Congress, we also maintained our stance in the peaceful solution to being peace in Russia and Ukraine. Remember, our president was in the forefront of also that, so that we know that the barrel of the gun will not solve anything, but peaceful talks in the challenges will be able to prevail. Honorable Chair of Chairs, I'm trying to, but I still have a lot of time. But I don't want to keep you here, but I'll try to put some of the issues. We're saying, despite the geopolitical unrest, there is a positive economic trajectory of the economic growth in the globe. Now that the International Monetary Fund research shows the following, that the global growth is projected at 3.1% in 2024, because we also work with forecasters, and at 3.2% in 2025, with the 2024 forecast 0.2%, which is a point higher than the October 2023 World Economic Outlook, on account of the greater than expected resilience in the United States and several large emerging market and developing economies, as well as the fiscal support in China, of which is one of our counterparts. The forecast for the 2024-25 is, however, below the historical 2000 to 2019 average of 3.8%, with elevated central bank policy rates to fight inflation, a withdrawal of fiscal support and high debt weighing on economic activity, and low underlying productivity growth. Inflation is falling faster than expected in most regions. In the midst of winding supply side of issues and restrictive monetary policy, the global headline inflation is expected to be 5.8% in 2024 and 4.4% in 2025, with the 2025 forecast revised down. With disinflation and steady growth, the likelihood of a hard landing has receded, and the risks to global growth are broadly balanced. On the upside, faster disinflation could lead to further easing of the financial condition. Looser financial fiscal policy than necessary and other assumed in the projections could imply temporarily high growth, but at the risk of more costly adjustment later on. Stronger structural reform momentum could bolster productivity and positive cross-border spillovers. On the downside, new commodity price spikes from the geopolitical shocks, including continued attacks on the Red Sea and supply disruptions, or more persistent underlying inflation, could prolong tight monetary conditions, deepening property sector woes in China and elsewhere. A disruptive turn to tax hikes and spending cuts could also cause growth disappointment in many areas. As we are nearing our term as policymakers, there's a challenge to successfully manage the final descent of the inflation to target. Calibrating monetary policy in response to the underlying inflation dynamics, and where wage and price pressures are clearly dissipating, adjusting to the less restrictive stance. At the same time, in many cases, with the inflation declining and economies better able to absorb effects of the fiscal tightening, a renewed focus on the fiscal consolidation to rebuild budgetary capacity to deal with future shocks, raise revenue for renew spending priorities, and curb the rise of public debt is needed. Targeted and carefully sequenced structural reforms would reinforce productivity growth and debt sustainability and accelerate convergence toward the higher income levels. More efficient multilateral coordination is needed for, among other things, debt resolution, to avoid debt distress and create space for necessary investments, as well as to mitigate the factors for climate change. Honorable Chair of Chairs, allow me to quote our first democratic president, Tata Nelson Mandela, when when he said this regarding to the international peace solidarity, mandiphawule ke ndivule umcaphulo ke uthi let there be justice for all, let there be peace for all, let there be work, bread, water, and salt for all. Let each know that for each body, the mind and the soul have to be freed to fulfill themselves. Masibuvale ke lo mcaphulo. Lento ke siyitsho ke sihlalo kusihlalo regarding to the situations that we find ourselves in, and some of the development challenges that are across the globe, and the impact that is felt by our people on the ground, and even nabanye sihleli apha singabanye nje, we do feel that pinch. We say that is important that they're working with the international communities to improve lives, to improve peace, and also make sure that these geopolitical wars, we put an end to them, so that our people feel safe, sizokwazi realize and attain our freedom in total. The official unemployment rate here in South Africa was at 31.9% in the third quarter of 2023, according to the quarterly labor force survey. We say the unemployment rate still remains high. However, the economic recovery plan is beginning to yield good results of the people getting employment on the basis of the result of the quarterly labor force service, to indicate that a number of employed persons by 399 million to 16.7 million in the third quarter of 2023 compared to 16.3 million in the second quarter of 2023. Umsebenzi ke sithi uyenziwa somlomo sihlalo ophethe. The number of employed persons decreased by 72,000 to 7.8 million during the same quarter. Additionally, the number of people who were not economically active for the reasons other than disencouragement decreased by 160,000 to 13.1 million, while the disencouraged work seekers decreased by 26,000 in the third quarter of 2023.
2 minutes left. 2 minutes left.
Okay, I'll just go to, just to say, Honorable, we support the report, and also we could say the province on the areas that as a National Congress, we've taken resolutions regarding to environment and to attract some of the investments to boost economic growth and the jobs. We acknowledge what is happening in the DDR, SEZ, the 1 billion on the public entities, the conflict of Hluleka, Dwesa, and also CPTA dealing with those issues, CDC, ECDC, all those matters. But even on the financial oversight, we also take note that some of the challenges and the work regarding the spaza shops that deal with the counterfeit goods and expired foods. But Honorable Kruger, I could invite you to visit the other side of the Eastern Cape, and you experience the beauty of our countryside. Ungasimeli ke ngale yase Western Cape, uhambe nakwezinye areas eziya. And also Honorable Madikizela wena yakho nto yokugoduka is just to say isiqalo uphi akakho isiqalo youth fund isi office of the premier mhlambe xa ehamba ezinhlanganiso ngoku akasondele pha kula office azokwazi ukusondela kuyo azawuva izinto zayo pha nje bigqitha. Andimazi ke Honorable Bheka lento beyithetha apha ukuthi xa silapha kule podium asithethe inyani, andazi uba ikhona nelungu elike licije ngoba amalungu athethe inyani elapha, mhlambi ke uyophinda icacise lento beyicela apha ucela ukuthini. Enkosi siyayixhasa ingxelo somlo sihlalo osihlalo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Fihlani, I will call upon the MEC, Honorable Vogo, to reply to the debate. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs, and greetings to the acting premier, members of EXCO, members of the provincial legislature here, officials, and all our invited guests. Let me also pass my condolences to the family of Dr. Nuku, because Dr. Nuku was a beacon of integrity and dedication, embodying the essence of service and righteousness. His impactful contributions to the Eastern Cape will forever resonate, inspiring others to follow in his footsteps. He was a compassionate and warm-hearted individual who touched the lives of many. On behalf of the department, I wish to welcome the report by the committee. The findings of the report and the recommendations thereof reflect an appreciation of the efforts we have put to change for the lives of the people during the year under review. At the same token, the report points us to areas where we need to improve our performance in various aspects of the work. We note all those findings and we commit to provide a comprehensive report in line with the recommendations of the report. This proves beyond any reasonable doubt that as did in fact, we must start by appreciating the recognition made by the committee in respect of ascertaining a clean audit opinion from the Auditor General of South Africa for the second year and running. And this to us shows that we, as DD, we consider financial governance as a vital cog in the service delivery value chain. And our aim is to continue this trajectory so we can build confidence and trust between us. I think some of the comments made by speakers to some extent were misplaced. But I'm very glad that somebody who outlined that many of the functions and all of those things that lie within the department need a collaboration of many other departments. I don't think I'm going to engage with those that are not, I think Honorable Fihlani has addressed them, that are not located within the department. And on the matter pertaining to the fuel tanks in Gqeberha, that's a matter that has been raised with Transnet. And all of us here know the commitments made by Transnet. And we all know that the tanks are not, though that is not within us as DD to remove the tanks from there to Kucha. And you should know that there was a time frame put by Transnet of 2025. It is not correct. In fact, let me say that I briefed this August House at some point on the engagements that we have with the automotive industry. It would be incorrect of anyone to paint a picture of us not engaging them or not even talking to them. We even created a platform where quarterly I would interact with the captains of the industry. That platform was created for that. We've brought down a number of ministers to address them and to have to address their concerns. When the green paper was there, we were the first through AIDC to make a submission, and thereafter I went into all other provinces and encouraged them to make those submissions and even assisted some in making submissions because we understand the value in the Eastern Cape of the automotive industry. So it's not correct that there is nothing done. We are doing better than any other province when it comes to the automotive industry, precisely because we understand the value of them. What it means if tomorrow you would wake up and there's no VW in Kariga. What it means if tomorrow you would wake up and there's no Mercedes-Benz in East London. We understand that fully. That's why we interact with them for, very regularly, and even invite people to come and talk to them. Maybe in the next committee, we might have those who belong to the committee brief about all the steps that are taken and how they also, as the industry, are addressing the challenges that we're facing as a country. Our entities are best performing. It's not true that our entities are not best performing, but it's interesting the angle in which some speakers have, spoke about our entities. They don't look at their performance. They look at the very little things that, okay, this one has had irregular expenditure. They're not talking about the performance of our entities. And I can say that proudly, our entities are best performing in the province. Honorable Chair of Chairs, with regards to the designation of the Wild Coast Industrial Park as an SEZ, we have provided support to realize our goal of turning the Wild Coast into an industrial park, into an economy, a special economic zone. I did brief this August House of the steps that we have taken, and the fact that now we are awaiting, we've made an application since they have met the threshold of an SEZ. We've made an application. The ministers appointed a committee that looks at all of the SEZ and the review of the SEZ as well. So we're looking, we hope that something is going to happen around there. With regards to the rhino poaching that some comments were made, it's regrettable that lost 3 rhinos to poaching during the year under review. We are, however, working on a number of aspects in an effort to arrest the situation. These include ongoing capacity building of our field rangers and other security measures. There has been progress on the major project, such as the data center and the manufacturing incubator at the East London ITZ, although met with challenges. And in this regard, the funding has been secured from DTIC. And however, the DTIC has put a hold on the transfer due to the investigation on the ITZ. But I spoke to the minister, and the minister has promised that the funding will come our way. The previous financial year was complex and very difficult globally. Some of the challenges included the rising inequality and poverty, the rising cost of living, economic instability and trade wars, the rise in geopolitical tensions, including the unfolding genocide
2
against
minutes
the
left,
Palestinians.
Honorable Emerson. 2 minutes left.
Oh. And behlele Deputy Chief Whip behlela now. I think when the African National Congress meets in January to celebrate its birthday, when we make a statement, I think other parties must learn to read that statement. I'm sure you will learn a thing or two. Because if you read what the president said in the statement, the gains of freedom and achievements of our young democracy includes a number of things. Expansion of basic services and infrastructure to millions of people who have now access to housing, roads, education, health, water, energy, and income support through a social security net. The establishment of democratic state institutions in accordance with the Constitution, such as the AG, etc. Taking our place amongst the community of nations, advancing the African agenda, multilateralism, solidarity, and a peaceful and just world order. If you read that statement, you would see the advancement that this government has done over the past 30 years. Surely, the democratic South Africa of today is very different from the lived experiences of apartheid South Africa 30 years ago. Once again, Honorable Chair of Chairs, I wish to thank the committee for their continued guidance and support to the work of the department. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I put the report. No objection. Thank you very much. That concludes the discussion on this matter and the business of the day. The House will adjourn till tomorrow, Wednesday, the 7th of February, 2024, at 14:15, virtually, for questions, for oral reply, and the consideration of annual and financial oversight reports. The House is adjourned. Thank you very much.